session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Amy Marcos to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we call on our Lord and Savior, Panginoon, sa pagpasok ng bagong taon at sa parating na eleksyon, kasabay ng magulo at maingay na paligid, Ikaw ang aming lakas at kapayapaan. Ikaw, mahal ng Panginoon, ang aming patnuboy sa pagpili ng tama. Kahit maraming pagsubok na kaakibat, hindi maaring magtagumpay ang mali at ikasasama ng bayan. Bigyan niyo po kami ng maliwanag na kaisipan, ng bukas na puso at ng konsensyang di matinag, na kami, ang iyong mga senador, ay tumayo para sa katotohanan na ang ating mamayan ay pumili ng mga tunay na naglilingkod at higit sa lahat, ang mga kumikilos para sa kapakanan ng nakararami para sa bayan at naninindigan lamang para sa totoo at sa tama. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of 42nd Session, Wednesday, January 15, 2020, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 43rd Session, Monday, January 20, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we continue, we have guests from the gallery, guests of Senator Joel Villanueva, the Anti-Corruption Civil Movement General Federation, led by Uyon Dioko, World President, World Anti-Corruption Civil Movement General Federation, and Reverend Dr. Joshua Manju Kim, President for Central Luzon. Guests of Senator Alan Cayetano, PUP University President Dr. Manuel Muhi, together with Dr. Emmanuel de Guzman, Executive Vice President for Headquarters Affairs, Attorney Joanna Marie Liao, Chief Legal Counsels, officials from GMA Cavite, led by Board Member Francisco Paulo Crisostomo, Kapitan Arian Ramos, Kagawad Christine Tirona, Kagawad Mirasol Polangi, Kagawad Edgar Libres, SK Federation RV Coronel, a guest of this representation from the BHW party list, of course, Congresswoman Angelica Natasha Co, together with the regional and provincial presidents of the BHW Federation, led by Zeni Pulido, Mirna Gaite, Divina Pacoy, Maribet Cayabyab, Digna Cortez, Edna Pitagan, Eva Hilario, Maria Cagastahan, and likewise, Mr. President, let us also greet our colleague, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, a happy birthday. So I'd like to request for a minute suspension for us to be able to greet our colleague.
Before the Chair suspends the session, Chair would like to once again welcome our visitors from South Korea, from the World Integrity Prize, from the Anti-Corruption Civil Movement General Federation. We likewise would like to take this opportunity to commend Senator Joel Villanueva, who was given the World Integrity Prize by the aforementioned organization. This honor befits Senator Villanueva, who has constantly fought to restore accountability and dignity in government service throughout his more than 2 decades in public service. Senator Joel has held accountable many officials who dare transgress the Lord's command not to steal nor covet. In all of his work, Senator Joel honors the greatness of the Lord, who casts down upon the corrupt, feeds the hungry, and empowers the poor. On behalf of the Senate, congratulations, our dear Senator Joel Villanueva, and thank you for your unwavering integrity and commitment to accountability and your fight against corruption in the name of our Lord and in the name of the Filipino people. Senator Zubiri, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd just like to second your of
The
course,
gentleman may
praise.
proceed.
Thank you very much. Your praise and honor to the man who's well overdue of this honor and praise of being a anti-corruption advocate. I believe this has started since his first term as congressman, being a member of the CBAC party list, and all the way to the Senate to today. And I can recall a year ago, Mr. President, this good gentleman stood up on this floor to condemn the corrupt activities of certain individuals who he called a Dracula at that time. The Dracula who steals the blood from the blood bank. And because of that, it had gone viral and many reforms were put in place. No? And many advocates of anti-corruption now know some of the modus operandi being done by politicians, Your Honor, because of this gentleman right here. So I salute his bravery. I salute his steadfast commitment to anti-corruption measures. And again, I'd like to just say congratulations for the record to our dear colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Lauren Legarda?
I would like to congratulate, Mr. President, our esteemed former Majority Leader on his unstinting support for anti-corrupt activities in and out of government. But I would like to make an inquiry, Mr. President. I know that awards received by senators are validated by a concurring bicameral resolution. I wanted to ask Your Honor if this is covered by that so that we could appropriately prepare for it in the coming days. Because I recall when I received my award of Cavaliere from the Italian government and the Chevalier from the French governments and the ASEAN Biodiversity Hero Award from ASEAN Biodiversity Award from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. I know belatedly the chamber had to propose a resolution for me to complete the process of acceptance. While we congratulate wholeheartedly Senator Joel Villanueva, we would like to know whether this award is covered by that so that when we are prepared to sponsor it on the floor and get an author in the House of Representatives, we could also shepherd the process, so to speak. If this is not covered, then I leave it at that and congratulate him nevertheless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. This award was given only this afternoon, and the chair will instruct or is instructing the secretary to kindly make representations with the office of Senator Villanueva to ensure that whatever processes need to be undertaken will and shall be undertaken as may be required by law. Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am honored, grateful, and most especially humbled, Mr. President, by this award, but most especially with the accolades given to this representation by our esteemed colleagues, no less than our Senate President, who was my minority leader in the House of Representatives in the past Congresses, Mr. President. Of course, Senator Big Zubiri, our former Senate President, our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Legarda, and Senator Win Gatchalian, who graced the occasion this afternoon. I sincerely thank all of you, my dear colleagues. And we have with us, Mr. President, the Anti-Corruption Civil Movement General Federation, who gave this award. This is not a government entity, Mr. President, so I think we don't need to pass a resolution in order for this representation to receive the award. But I am again grateful, honored, and most especially humbled by the accolades of our esteemed colleagues. I was about to greet our dear colleague Senator Bato de la Rosa a happy birthday, and I'm really moved and surprised by this gesture. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Senator Bato, we will already greet you, but you are recognized, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pwede pa ba ako mag-support sa...
Surely, you may proceed. You may proceed, Senator De La Rosa.
Nag-respond na si Senator Joel. But anyway, Mr. President, I would like to express my support to the award that is being given to Senator Villanueva. Because alam natin, Mr. President, ako mismo, I consider myself a rookie in this chamber. Pero sa nakita ko kay Senator Joel, ay talaga siya ay maasahan pagdating sa anti-corruption drive. Alam kong sinapuso niya yan, yung anti-corruption na yan. At ito nga, alam mo, sasabi ko, Mr. President, if I'm going to go to war against corruption, wala akong pinakaunang kakausapin ko na samahan ako, kundi si Senator Joel Villanueva, dahil alam ko yung kanyang talagang hindi plastikan, kundi totohanan talaga. He's willing to risk everything just to fight for the cause that he believes worth fighting for. And bihira lang tayo makakakita ng ganitong klaseng tao. So my hats off to you, Senator Joel Villanueva. Hindi ako nagkakamali na talagang ina-idolize kita. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Bato. Duly noted and entered into the records. Session is suspended to afford our colleagues to greet our birthday celebrant for those who have not yet done so. Session is suspended.
I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary is directed to comply.
Resolution of both houses number 11, proposing amendments to Section 17, Article 13, Social Justice and Human Rights of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes.
Proposed Senate Resolution 1281, urging the appropriate government agencies to review and reassess the proposal to merge the operations of the Overseas Filipino Bank with the Land Bank of the Philippines. Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, and Migrant Workers.
Proposed Senate Resolution 1282, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the impact of the 2025 increase in Social Security System contribution rates. Senator Villar M.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
Committee reports. Committee Report 451, jointly by the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs and Local Government, and House Number 8925, an act requiring the proper and immediate burial of Muslim cadavers in accordance with Islamic rights, recommending this approval without amendment. Sponsor, Senator Padilla.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business.
452, jointly by the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs and Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation Regulation on Senate Number 2819 by Senator Padilla, entitled An Act Amending Article 1, Section 5 of RA 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, recommending this approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Padilla.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader,
A mini suspension, Mr. President.
session is suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2781 under Committee Report number 297. This is the bill on the E-Governance Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Having closed the period of interpellations, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan Cayetano, and later on, Senator Aquino, our Minority Leader, Senator Aquino Cocomintel, to propose their individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is now open. Senator Cayetano is recognized, as well as Senator Pimentel, depending on the page number that we are tackling. Senator Cayetano may proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Salamat po sa ating dear colleagues and sa napakasipag natin Minority Leader. Sir President, isasubmit ko na lang po yung list ng mga taga-DICT na very able na tumutulong sa atin. May mga amendments din po sila, so if we can go line by line.
Page by page.
Page by page and then section by section so that anyone who has amendments can propose it. Thank you. I'll now submit to the proposals of Senator Pimentel.
Now let's start with page 1. Is there any amendments on page 1? None? Page 2? Page 3?
Mr. President,
Senator Cayetano.
on section 3, purpose and objective on page 2, line 9, if we can replace the word interagency with government. So it will now read, promote interoperability of government systems and processes through a consolidated process architecture and so on.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 3,
Any other amendments on page 2? None? Page 3.
Page 3 on definition of terms. On page 3, line 24, replace the words agencies with apostrophe S, with government entities.
Apostrophe S2.
Yes, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Thereafter, in the same page 3, line 25, add the word ISSP. Sorry, Mr. President, add the word open parenthesis, capital ISSP, close parenthesis.
Where do we add it? Senator Cayetano.
On page 3, line 25, so that the subsection shall now read as follows. Chief Information Officer or CIO refers to a senior officer responsible for the development, planning, implementation of the, tas buburay na dun yung agencies, diba? Government Entities Information System Strategic Plan, ISSP, or ICT Plan, and the management of the agency's ICT system, platform, and application.
Subject to style. Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Proposed amendment is approved, subject to style. Any amendment, any other amendments on page 3? None. Page 4?
On page 4, Mr. President, on the definition of terms, on page 4, line 18, insert a comma in the phrase platforms and application after the word system, so that the subsection shall now read as follows. E-governance refers to the use of ICT by the government to provide public services to the people in a more friendly, convenient, affordable, efficient, and transparent manner. Further, it is the application of ICT for delivering the government services through integration of various systems, platforms, and applications.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Subject amendment is approved, subject to style. No more amendment on page 4. Page 5?
Page 5, Mr. President. On page 5, line 9, replace the word agencies with the word government entity. Also on page 5, line 10, replace the phrase of how an agency intends to use ICT to support its data processing and decision-making process, close parenthesis, close quotation mark, with the phrase that aims to coordinate national ICT plans and efforts, knowledge, information, and resource sharing, database building, and link an government entity ISSPS with national ICT goal. So the subsection shall read as follows, Mr. President. Information Systems Strategic Plan refers to the 3-year plan that serves as the government entity's roadmap for using ICT as a strategic resource to support the attainment of its goals, missions, and vision, and it is also a written expression that aims to coordinate national ICT plans and efforts and knowledge, information, and resource sharing, database building, and link and a government entity ISSP with national ICT goals.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Amendment is approved, subject to style.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Sir President, on page 6, line 30, add the phrase "in coordination with the Civil Service Commission" before the word "mandate." Change the letter M to lowercase, subject to style, Mr. President. So the provision will now read, "in coordination with the Civil Service Commission," open parenthesis, CSC, close parenthesis, "mandate government agencies, offices, and instrumentalities," and so on, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is approved, subject to style.
Sir President, on page 7, line 17, delete the word "digitalized" and insert the word "digitally transformed." The subsection shall now read as follows.
The line.
The line, so let's take off from
Compensation rates. On line
compensation rates aligned with the personal needs of digitally transformed government and comparable with prevailing industry rates.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Sir President, on section 7, on page 8, lines 1 to 2, replace the e-gov-upmo with e-gov space UPMO, all caps. Still on page 8, line 3, replace e-gov-upmo with e-gov UPMO. Same on line 8 and on line 9. So, Mr. President, and on line 16.
And wherever it may be found.
Yes, Mr. President. So, just the first line, no? The e-governance Unified Project Management Office, e-gov UPMO, and so forth, Mr. President.
And wherever it may be found. Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Sir President, on line 16, replace the word e-governance with e-government.
Of the same page, page 8.
Yes, Mr. President, the same page and same section.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 9, yung kay Coco sa akin. Hindi, page 9 din to. Okay. Mr. President, this is my amendment on page 9 to be followed by the amendment of our minority leader. So page 9, line 8, replace the words agency, instrumentality, and GOCCs to entity, so that the line shall now read, all government programs identified herein and in the future, as well as in the ISSP of each government entity, shall be subject to, and so on.
Any objection to the proposed amendment?
Yes.
Hearing
On-
none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 9, line 10, replace the abbreviation EGMP to EGP. Thereafter, on the same page, line 14, delete the phrase 10173 so that it will now read e-government programs, EGP. And then on the last line, including among others, not limited to Republic Act number 10173.
And delete the redundancy of 10173.
Yes, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed omnibus amendment to section 9? There being none, amendment is approved.
So, ito lang babasahin. Okay. So, Mr. President, from our minority leader, on page 9, line 10, after the word DICT, insert a comma and the phrase "in coordination with relevant government agencies." I accept, Mr. President, unless there are any objections.
Any objection to the proposed amendment of the minority floor leader as accepted by the sponsor?
Balik.
There being none, amendment is approved.
Nasaan na ba tayo?
18 na. Kasi
Dito na?
10 na to, sir. Ito ka muna.
Okay. Mr. President, on page 9, line 18, after the word systems, insert the phrase necessary for the effective and efficient delivery of government services. Accepted, Mr. President, unless there's any objection.
Any objection to the proposed amendment of Senator Pimentel as accepted by the sponsor? There being none, amendment is approved.
Dito ka na, sir.
On page 10, Mr. President, still on section 9, line 8, add the phrase National Privacy Commission before the abbreviation NPC and enclose NPC in parentheses, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Ano muna, sir?
On page 10, line 13, delete the phrase starting with the comma after the word network until IGN. So it will read, Mr. President, an integrated, dedicated, interconnected, interoperable, secure and resilient government network shall be established.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, from the Minority Leader on page 13, line 7 to 8, after the word with, delete the phrase Republic Act number 9184 of the Government Procurement Reform Act and insert the phrase Republic Act number 12009 or the new Government Procurement Act. Accepted, Mr. President, unless there's any objection.
Any objection to the proposed amendment of the Minority Leader is accepted by the sponsor? There being none, amendment is approved.
25. Balik mo sa akin pag 25. On page 10, line 27, replace the word integrated with the word electronic and replace the abbreviation ILGU with small e.
What page, Senator Cayetano?
Page 10, line 27.
Okay.
So replace the word integrated with the word electronic and replace the abbreviation capital I, capital L, capital G, and U with small e, capital LGU.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
And so forth, Mr. President, which is found on line 29, page 11, line 11, page 11, line 2, page 11.
So the same correction wherever that
correction.
same phrase may be
Yeah.
found.
Then on page 11, line 2, replace the period after the word further with a comma.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On line 4, delete the phrase to the IGN. On phrase page 11, line 5, replace the word again ILGU, and also on line 6. So the provision as amended would read as follows: Electronic Local Government Unit ELGU system, and so forth, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed omnibus amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, just a matter of style, after the amendments on section 9, to rearrange the subsections based on alphabetical order.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on section 9, e-government programs,
What
page
page are
11,
we? Page
page
11?
11, section, line 9, replace the word internet-based with the word electronic.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, page 17, line 14, replace the word agencies with the word entities.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Same page, Mr. President, line 16, replace the word system with the word plan.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 24, line 1, replace the word capital E, capital G, capital M, and P with the word EGP, all caps, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
As already manifested a while ago, Mr. President, from ILGU to ELGU. Mr. President, next, again from Senate Minority Leader, on page, okay, page 24, line 1. No, we did that na, di ba?
Nakatapos mo lang dito sa...
No, I said that na. So ito na kay saan tayo? On page 25, lines 17 to 18, delete the phrase in quotation mark 1 ONE, open parenthesis 1, close parenthesis, member from each chamber shall come from the minority party who shall be co-vice chairperson, and replace it with the minority in the Senate and the House of Representatives shall each have at least one seat in the JCOCEG as co-vice chairpersons.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Still on page 25, line 21, the JCOCEG shall conduct a hearing at least once every quarter to review the implementation of this act and identify other necessary legislation.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved subject to style.
Still on page 25, delete the lines 22 to 25, insert, the JCOECG shall cease to exist after 5 years upon the effectivity of this act. So it's a sunset provision, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed sunset clause?
Tayo.
There being none, amendment is approved.
Yung nakalagay lang dyan, sir, ng
So that's all.
Yes.
Mr. President, if no other member has any amendments to propose, then we are done, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may we wait for, I think there's some amendments from Senator Win. Can we suspend for a few minutes?
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned bill. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of the aforementioned bill is suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Floor Leader.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
I move that we resume consideration Senate Bill number 2647 under Committee Report number 250. This is the bill strengthening the basis conversion and development authority. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, for his and to interpellate.
Close na yan,
Ay.
Close na yan.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I withdraw that motion. There being no other reservation of interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, period of interpellation and debate on Senate Bill number 2647 is now closed. What is the pleasure of the Minority Floor Leader?
No, I'm trying to recall the parliamentary status of the bill, Mr. President. Well,
This was, we are in the period of interpellation. Several members interpellated with one
Already?
reservation, but the reservation has since been withdrawn.
Is this the,
Tapos mo na yun. Tapos na tayo. Tapos na.
did I-
Yung amendment lang sa bar.
yes, but is this the entity which still has an 18-year lifetime, Mr. President?
Senator Cayetano will respond.
Yes, Mr. President, the Minority Leader has a very good memory as we discussed that the last time he interpellated.
So the motion was,
To
which
close
was
only the period of interpellation and debate.
period of interpellation and debates.
And we will be suspending after because the amendments are not yet ready.
Yes, so thank you for refreshing this representation's memory, Mr. President, as to what has transpired regarding this measure. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Basically, Mr. President, we were going to close then, but a few members asked to take a look at the bill. Kaya na-delay tayo dun sa... Kaya hindi natin na-close nun. But we are still finalizing the amendments, and if anyone has some amendments, they can forward it to the COMSEC anytime, Mr. President.
Duly noted, Majority Floor Leader,
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
acting on the motion earlier, in amendment?
Interpellation.
Acting on the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the period of interpellation and debate of the aforementioned bill is now deemed closed. Majority Floor Leader,
I move to suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2647.
any objection? There being none. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now deemed suspended for the meantime.
Mini suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
That we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2906 under Committee Report number 435. This is the bill on the Philippine Agriculturist Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 2025 as a record and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, to introduce the individual amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I just ask for a copy of the clean copy as well?
Senator Zubiri is recognized to propose his amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are from the proposals of Senator Coco Pimentel, our distinguished minority floor leader. On page 9, lines 14 to 16, on section 16, remove the period after the word subjects and replace it with a comma, and delete the phrase "in that case" and add the prefix re or re before re-examination, and add the phrase "he/she obtained a rating below 50% after the word where. Thereafter, delete the phrase "a grade below 50% was obtained only once in immediately succeeding licensure examination." And the proviso shall now read as follows. Provided that in the event that an examinee obtains a general weighted average rating of 75% or higher, but obtains a rating below 50% in any of the subjects, an examinee shall be allowed to take the re-examination in the subject or subjects where he/she obtained a rating below 50%. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Yes, one more, Mr. President. On page 11, line 3, delete the words "can" and add the words "may" after the word "section." And delete the words "only until" and add the word "within" after the words "availed of." And the section will now read as follows. This mode of registration without examination as specified in this section may be availed of within 5 years upon the effectivity of this act. All laws and issuance inconsistent to this provision are hereby repealed or amended accordingly.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
And final amendment, Mr. President, is on page 10, lines 2 to 4, on section 18A.
Anterior amendment.
Ulterior amendment, sorry, my apologies, Mr. President. On page 10, lines 2 to 4, on section 18A, after the conjunction "or," insert the phrase "agriculture-related degrees or," and delete the phrase "such as BS in Agricultural and Applied Economics, BS in Agribusiness Management, BS in Agricultural Biotechnology, BS in Agricultural Chemistry" after the word "programs." The subsection A shall now read as follows. Subsection A is a graduate of a bachelor's degree in agriculture or agriculture-related degrees or any related baccalaureate programs from a school, college, or university established or recognized by the government. And so moved, Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection to the proposed amendment?
Subject to style, Mr. President.
There being none, it's approved subject to style.
Okay, na, I addressed it.
What is the pleasure of the minority floor leader?
Just a manifestation, Mr. President.
The gentleman may
But
proceed.
It's also, it's in a way connected to this measure. So fortunately, this is a bill that is, which is called by our former Senate President a happy bill.
Yes,
Tama?
sir.
Happy bill daw ito. So it's, the meaning to say it's non-controversial. We agree with the subject matter, the objectives, as well as the details. We were just, actually the amendments are just perfecting the bill. Making the paragraphs clearer. But my staff informed me that we got a copy of the clean copy past 3 p.m. na. So I hope, Mr. President, that past 3 p.m. of today. So swerte lang po tayo na this is a non-controversial bill. But had this been a controversial bill, we would have siguro asked for
Longer time.
yes, at a time to review the bill and gano'n. So I'm just informing this body na ano po, medyo bigyan niyo po ng time ang minority also to intelligently go over our clean copies and the latest form of the measures being discussed, Mr. President.
Yes, my apologies, Mr. President. I thought
Well-
that they would get it earlier today.
Well taken, and thank you for your understanding and magnanimity, Senator Pimentel.
I don't mind, Mr. President, to be honest, if the good minority floor leader would still want to read it, then we can do it later this afternoon.
And for the record, according to my staff, we received past 3 p.m. 4 clean copies. So the mining bills, PDESA,
Okay.
CEMEPA, and this one. Okay, siguro we can manage. Just give us time, Mr. President. But this one is, we agree this is a happy bill. This is a,
Thank you, sir.
This is a measure which we should pass and have it improves practically everything, Mr. President. If they improve the practice of agriculture,
Yes, sir.
everything follows, Mr. President.
That's
So-
correct. And the father of our dear Senate President today, for the record, was the former Secretary of Agriculture.
Correct.
And I think he would be very happy with this measure if he were alive today.
So nagkataon lang, Mr. President, that it's a non-controversial bill, Mr. President. So
Duly noted, so I take it that the bills mentioned by the minority leader, we will take it up at a later time. Majority Floor Leader,
Except for this one yata, Mr. President.
except for this one. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with the other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments is now closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2906. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 206 as contained in Committee Report number 435 is now approved on second reading. Majority Floor Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2906.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the chairperson of the subcommittee on Meralco franchise renewal, Senator Joel Villanueva, as principal sponsor to defend the measure and to interpellate our deputy minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Villanueva and Senator Ontiveros are recognized. They both have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Mr. President, before this representation entertains the questions of our dear colleague, our Deputy Minority Leader, may I just put into the record, Mr. President, that this representation would like to inform the body that Meralco has submitted all the data and information requested by our colleague, the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, as he requested during his interpellations. We were also assured by Meralco that they submitted the figures that our dear Minority Floor Leader requested during his interpellation. And again, we assured Mr. President that copies of these submissions can be made available to any of our colleagues to ensure transparency and facilitate informed discussion. Having said that, Mr. President, this representation and your subcommittee, the Senate Committee on Public Service, is now ready to receive questions from our Deputy Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at good sponsor.
Thank you.
So, good sponsor. Una, tungkol sa issue ng weighted average cost of capital o yung WACC. Ano po yung distribution rate ng Meralco as approved ng Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President?
It's 1.3522 per kilowatt hour. That is the approved under the approved promulgated by the Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President.
1.3522 good sponsor per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Since what year po? Is that current? Is that the current distribution rate?
Since 2022 up to current, Mr. President, distinguished colleague.
All right, salamat po. That updates my data. What I have is 1.381 per kilowatt hour since 2016, and from 1.5562 to 1.6510 in the earlier period, 2012 to 2015. So, Mr. President,
That's correct, Your Honor.
thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, ito pong current distribution rate, current since 2022, na 1.3522 per kilowatt hour, itong rate po ba na ito dumaan sa ERC-approved rules and processes sa setting ng distribution and wheeling rates sa ilalim ng Performance-Based Regulation o PBR, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it was approved by ERC. However, Mr. President, there was no reset process that took place in 2022. But right now, Mr. President, I'm being told that ongoing po yung reset process. That would be the 5th regulatory period ng ERC, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, maari nga pong approve ng ERC itong current distribution rate ng Meralco na 1.3522 per kilowatt hours. Pero, importanteng malaman na walang actual reset process nung 2022 or during the 5th regulatory period. In fact po, Mr. President, good sponsor, ayon mismo sa mga dissenting opinions ng ERC Chair Di Malanta at ni ERC Commissioner Maceda, the last that indeed there was no ERC approved process on the or reset process. In fact po, Mr. President, ang information ko is that the last rate reset process and with public hearing ay noong 2011 pa, nung first regulatory period. So this was even more than a decade ago. And after 2011, ayon kay Butch Hunya, nagkaroon lang ng 2 to 3 public hearings. Pagkatapos nun, wala na due to the problem of the lack of rules of ERC. Kaya ang sumunod ay puro rulemaking na. So rulemaking pero walang actual reset process. And so unfortunately, Mr. President, good sponsor, correct me if I'm wrong, pero so this rate, yung current din natin na 1.3522 per kilowatt hours, tama po ba na it did not undergo full public scrutiny and participation as required under the PBR, Mr. President?
Not completely accurate, Mr. President, because the decision made by ERC is based on the underwent several hearings, Mr. President. But to just explain, Mr. President, what our resource persons conferred to this representation, only the rate setting 4th regulatory period for RP 2015 to 2019 for distribution utilities in Group A, that includes Meralco, DCorp, and Sipalco, was delayed for 7 years because there were unresolved concerns. Example, Mr. President, is the scope of applicability of the RDWR. What's that?
Yes,
Rules
sir.
for distribution, wheeling rates. Substantial changes po ito from the RDWR in earlier RPs, Mr. President. In 2017 naman po, the group matuwid na singil ng Kuryente Consumer Alliance filed a petition to repeal PBR and return to the old framework. Ito po yung return on rate base o RORB. In 2017, yung ombudsman naman po suspended the ERC commissioners for 1 year. So, Mr. President, amid these challenges, Meralco actively participated in consultations and corresponded with the ERC to address substantive issues. In fact, Mr. President, in the technical working group that we conducted here in the Senate for almost a whole day, we invited ERC kasi, Mr. President, ang hirap naman pong i-blame solely to the distribution utilities itong problema ito, kung bakit hindi nag-promulgate yung ERC itong 2022, and ERC was acting on its quasi-judicial authority noong dinicide po nila. But even amid the absence of updated RDWR, Meralco took the initiative to file an application for an interim average rate or IAR na 1.3939 kilowatt per hour with ERC para po ma-ensure that it could continue providing electricity to its consumers, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, I also would like to put into the records na noong pong nagkaroon tayo ng technical working group meeting, na pakinggan po natin yung iba't ibang saloobin at isa po ito sa mga binanggit, for example, noong UFCC na binabanggit ng ating distinguished colleague, mismo si Mr. Hunya, Mr. President, ay narinig po natin yung kanyang mga concerns, Mr. President. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Mr. President, pati sa pagbanggit sa ilan pang mahalagang punto na itatanong ko rin po sa mga susunod na tanong. Yung pong binanggit ng good sponsor na interim average rate o IAR, yun din pong kaugnay nung binanggit nila na the rate setting for the fourth regulatory period was delayed for 7 years. Meron din po akong kaugnay na tanong about a late compliance, 8 years later naman, late compliance ng Meralco sa isang ERC order. At yung binanggit din po ng good sponsor na RDWR o Rules for the Distribution and Wheeling Rates. Pero bago po yung mga tanong na iyon, isang follow-up lang na tanong dun sa kasalukuyang pinag-uusapan. Paano po mangyayari ang isang current reset kung wala pang rules para naman dun sa lapsed regulatory periods, Mr. President?
Mr. President, is the distinguished lady from Panay Island asking about the fourth or the current po, yung
Yung
regulatory?
bago po ng naset na hanggang ngayong current distribution rate nung 2022. Dahil, kumbaga, may mga naglaps na regulatory periods and yet, at wala pang rules para doon, and yet, mayroong later reset na nangyari. So, paano po yun nangyari? Good sponsor, Mr. President.
September 2024, effective January 2025.
Yung pong fifth RP, Mr. President, according to our resource persons here with us, was, meron na pong promulgated rule as of December 2024 at ang reflective ano po nito ay effectivity ay 2025 ngayong January. Do we have a specific date? But this January po, Mr. President, I'm trying to get the specific date, but reflective po yan ngayong January. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. So, mabuti kung nagkaroon na ng promulgated rules para sa fifth regulatory period. Pero paano po yung hindi pa nagkaroon ng rules para sa lapsed regulatory periods, yung fourth po at pati po yung third?
She exercises was not in this regulatory to fix the rate at 135 to 22. Yes.
What's 135.26?
1.35.
1.35. Mr. President, yung pong sa fourth, yun po yung binabanggit natin kanina na dyan po in-exercise ng Energy Regulatory Commission, yung kanilang quasi-judicial authority at ang naging desisyon po nila ay to come up with 1.3522 kilowatt hour. Pesos per kilowatt, Mr. President.
At ito pong,
And Mr. President,
yes,
just
Mr.
to put
President.
into the records also, Mr. President, ito po yung naayos nila, itong refund na ito, Mr. President. Ito po yung parte noong 40.5 billion pesos, Mr. President, na refund. At ang status po ay 40.5 billion was fully refunded from March 2021 to May 2023, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Magandang paksa po yan, yung refund. At mababalikan ko rin po sa isang later question sa interpellation na ito. Tungkol pa rin po dun sa lapsed regulatory periods, sa ilalim po kasi ng performance-based regulation o PBR, hindi po pwedeng magkaroon ng lapsed regulatory periods. If there are lapsed regulatory periods, there have to be rules to deal with the lapsed periods before you can move forward. At saka nga po, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung nabanggit po ng good sponsor na RDWR or Rules for Distribution and Wheeling Rates, hindi nga po na-publish. Yun po dapat sa fourth regulatory period na naglapse. Yan po ayon kay ERC Commissioner Maceda. Those rules or that RDWR for the fourth regulatory period 2016 to 2019 were in fact completed and approved by the ERC in 2016. However, this was not implemented because the RDWR was never published. The ERC in a letter had directed Meralco and PEPOA to publish the RDWR, but neither had done so despite repeated reminders from the ERC. And according to Commissioner Maceda, without the publication of the RDWR, the fourth regulatory period could not proceed. So paano po yun, good sponsor?
Mr. President, I cannot agree more with the statements made by our distinguished colleague. And ERC decided by majority, still pending with the courts. Ito pong dalawang cases sa Court of Appeals, mayroon pong isa sa Korte Suprema at ang important input probably that we can put into the regs that ERC is a collegial body, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At tama din ang good sponsor, Mr. President, sa pagsabi nila kanina, yung pagtatanong at yung pagsingil ng accountability ay hindi lang sa Meralco, bagamat pangunahin sa Meralco sa bill na to dahil franchise nila ito, pero yung pagtatanong at pagsingil ng accountability ay sa ERC din. And indeed, Mr. President, decided by majority. At kaya po nagsasite po ako mula sa mga dissenting opinions ni na ERC Chair Di Malanta at saka ERC Commissioner Maceda. So sige po, balikan po natin yung rate, no, yung distribution rate na 1.3522 per kilowatt hours. Ito pong rate, originally intended po siya para sa ano? Sa understanding ko po kasi, Mr. President, it was a smooth maximum average price o SMAP. Na by the way, term ng Meralco, hindi term ng ERC. So yung SMAP para sa third regulatory period, tapos nagi siyang interim average rate o IAR na binanggit ng good sponsor or provisional rate, pansamantala, in the absence of ERC rate setting. During that third regulatory period, ano yung naging issue ng ERC sa Meralco, Mr. President?
I think, Mr. President, you're talking about one of the major refunds na nangyari, Mr. President. Part po ito nitong distribution rate true up or rate reset refunds during the fourth regulatory period when no finalized rate setting rules were issued by the ERC. Ang Meralco po nag-propose ng interim average rate to ensure it could continue delivering electricity. Now, Meralco proposed the interim average rate of 1.3939 kilowatt hour, which was not based on forecasts, Mr. President, na as required under the performance-based regulation rate setting methodology because during the fourth RP, there were delays po in the ERC's issuance of rate setting rules. So yung Meralco po was constrained. We were told that they were constrained to use the previously approved rate in the third RP, less the under recoveries in 2 RP which was fully recovered in the third RP. So ang ERC approved po the IAR or the interim average rate ng 1.3810 kilowatt hour. Ito po yung rate that Meralco charged to consumers. So nagkaroon po ng refund. Meralco itself identified the overcharge and filed an application to refund ito po ay tumataginting na 40.5 billion pesos consisting of amounts involved in the ERC orders, decisions on the distribution rate. Tama po kayo, yung binabanggit nyo kanina, yung DRTU, distribution rate true-up adjustments. Ang status po ngayon ng refund is that 40.5 billion pesos was fully refunded from March 2021 to May 2023, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At pwede talagang tawaging tumataginting ang halagang 40.5 billion pesos. Bagamat, ayon sa ibang mga resource persons, dapat mas tumataginting pa yung refund na iyan. Pero I'll get to that po in a later question. So dito nga po sa third regulatory period, lumalabas na yung issue na nagkaroon ng ERC sa Meralco ay in order to obtain an opening figure for the regulatory asset base o RAB of the third regulatory period. Tama po, yun ang regulatory period na pinag-uusapan natin. Meralco must have submitted a valuation of its assets in accordance with the Asset Valuation Handbook issued by the ERC for this particular period. Meralco did submit a valuation, but the ERC did not accept this and ordered Meralco in July 2011 to reconduct an asset valuation following the guidelines in the handbook. Kailan po nag-comply ang Meralco sa utos na ito ng ERC? Good sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that's part of the other side of the refund other than the 40 billion. Yan naman po yung other side that's amounting to 7.7 billion pesos refund due to DRTU, Mr. President. Meralco was directed to refund 7.7 billion at an average rate of 0.2583 kilowatt per hour through the distribution rate true-up adjustments. Ang status po ngayon, Mr. President, is that this 7.7 billion was fully refunded to customers from May 2022 to November 2022. So ito po yung nangyari nung 2022, ang ERC made downward adjustments to Meralco's third regulatory period, regulatory asset-based and capital expenditures, at ang ERC reduced the value of RAB, yung regulatory asset base, from 124 million 124 million, no? 124 million to billion. This is 124 billion to 117 billion, mainly due to inflation of the assets based in June 2011 at 5 billion din do. Billion din do, excuse me. At 5.543 billion, Mr. President. Mali-mali to kasi.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pati sa pagbanggit dun sa usapin ng inflation, kasi meron akong gustong itanong dyan. Pero mag-backtrack lang po ako ng konti. Wala pa po ako dun sa refund. Andito pa rin sa paano kinwenta yung regulatory asset base. And unfortunately, bagamat inutusan ng ERC ang Meralco noong July 11 para mag-reconduct ng kanilang asset valuation, nag-comply ang Meralco sa ERC order na ito 8 years later, on 22nd July 2019. And hindi na useful dahil that was way after that regulatory period had lapsed. And yet, Mr. President, good sponsor, humingi po ang Meralco at pinayagan ng ERC para mangolekta ng provisional rate na 1.381 per kilowatt hour. Tama po, good sponsor, gaya ng nabanggit nyo kanina.
I'm sorry?
Tama yung asset valuation report, denial yan 2019. Kasi by its very nature, maraming assets ang
ulit-ulit. Black out ako dun sa...
I'm being told, Mr. President, na yung hindi po yung valuation ang kinorek, kung hindi yung bilang ng assets ng
Opo.
Meralco ang kinorek po ng Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President. That's and unfortunately, Mr. President, talagang it's a long and tedious process according to our resource persons, Mr. President.
I understand, good sponsor. Whether we hear it from Meralco or we hear it from ERC, talagang long and tedious. Kaya na-appreciate ko itong
And technical.
plenary, very
Very
technical, na kailangan nating maintindihan at
Agree, Mr.
maintindihan ng lahat ng consumers
Agree.
para alam natin kung talagang maayos po yung
Agree, Mr.
rate setting. So, dahil 8 years later, nag-comply dun sa pagkwenta ulit ng regulatory asset base, still, in the interim, nag-grant pa rin ang Meralco ng interim average rate noong July 2015 after the failure of regulatory reset. And this provisional rate of 1.381 per kilowatt hour, yun pa rin po yung kine-kolekta ngayon, good sponsor. Tama po.
Right now, Mr. President, it's 13522 ang kinokollect, Mr. President.
1.3522.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
Ito sa tanong, please, sa amin yung...
Sige po. Usad na po ako dun sa yung buong formula na ginagamit. Na yung isang factor dyan, yung regulatory asset base. Andyan po yung WACC na nabanggit ko sa simula o weighted average cost of capital. Andyan din po yung inflation na binanggit ng good sponsor. Ano po yung weighted average cost of capital o WACC kung saan itong interim average rate o itong provisional rate ay nakabase, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Meralco's 14.97% WACC or WACC was set for the third regulatory period. And the current period is covered by the fifth regulatory period. Kaya yung Meralco po operates within ERC regulated limits set through a structured and transparent regulatory process. This was the lowest WACC o yung WACC approved po during last regulatory resets. And after taxes, this weighted average cost of capital translates to an effective rate of 11.23%. Ito po ay which it remains below the reasonable rate of return of 12%. Yun po yung standard, kaya po yung Meralco can recover its capital costs efficiently while consumers are protected from excessive charges. This was given to us, these answers were given to us during the technical working group meeting, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. So, lowest approved WACC ito sa regulatory period. Pero ito rin ba yung magiging parehong WACC na maa-apply under the fourth regulatory?
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Can
Yes.
you repeat?
Yes, Mr.
Mr. President,
It's
and
the
if I
mic.
may ask our secretariat, I really could hear the speaker here. I don't know if this speaker in front of me is working. I'm having actually a hard time hearing our distinguished colleague. I
Should
think
I-
this side, left side of the speaker. I'm not sure if this is working.
Should I move?
It's okay.
is the
It's okay.
problem
Now it's okay. I
Okay,
can
now it's clear.
hear you, but I
Okay,
really think this
President.
speaker is not working.
Chair would like to instruct the technical staff
Thank
to
you.
kindly check and look into the right speaker, my right.
Thank
Near
you.
Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Villanueva.
President. Again, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleague, may I ask that she repeat the question?
Yes.
Lady, may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, thank you.
President. Gladly
Thank
good
you, I'm sorry.
sponsor. It's all right, Mr. President. Yung WACC for the third regulatory period na 14.97%, yun din ba yung parehong WACC na ia-apply kung hindi nag-lapse yung fourth regulatory period, good sponsor?
Hindi po, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po. Yung no WACC in fourth RP since there were no rules, Mr. President. Ang ERC po ay ginamit yung kanilang authority and decided using basis po ng kanilang quasi-judicial powers, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. And in fact, kung ginawa lang ng lahat ng stakeholders yung dapat para nagkaroon ng rules para sa rate reset sa fourth regulatory period, the information I have is that nagrekomenda actually ang consultant ng ERC noon ng nearly 6% lower na WACC of only 9%.
I wish to put into the records that I agree, Mr. President. Mas maganda kung meron ho talaga, but unfortunately, hindi po ito nangyari, Mr. President. And we note that the ERC did not officially release or publish, Mr. President, the study. There was a question before, I think, during the interpellation that there is an ERC procured consultancy report which recommended, I think, 8.27% na WACC. Hindi po ito na-follow ng Meralco, and yung ERC choose to adopt a confirmation true-up methodology instead of relying doon po sa study to determine Meralco's regulatory WACC for the lapsed or fourth regulatory period, Mr. President.
And ang regrettable po dyan, Mr. President, good sponsor, ay parang one step or one missed step leads to another. Gaya ng nabanggit ko po kanina, good sponsor, yung rules for the distribution and wheeling rates o RDWR for that fourth regulatory period na sana na-apply halimbawa yung rekomendasyon ng consultant ng ERC na 9% lang or even 8.27% lang ang WACC, hindi na-implement yung rules dahil lang hindi na-publish yung RDWR. Dinirect po ng ERC sa isang sulat, dinirect niya ang Meralco at ang PEPOA na i-publish yung RDWR na yon, pero hindi ginawa ng Meralco, hindi rin ginawa ng PEPOA kahit paulit-ulit silang pinaalalahanan ng ERC. At ayon kay Commissioner Maceda, kung hindi na-publish yung DWR, hindi talaga pwedeng mag-proceed yung fourth regulatory period at hindi pwedeng mag-apply ng mas mababang WACC kahit kalaunan magbubunga yan sana ng mas murang kuryente para sa ating mga customers, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, we agree, but I think it's also noteworthy to put into the records that it was ERC who could have published this
Actually, good
information.
sponsor.
And I think if you're also in the shoes of the distribution company, you would be exercising your right to ask clarificatory questions with regard to the guidance, etc. But at the end of the day, Mr. President, as a member of this August chamber, we can always come up with something to ensure that the grantee of franchise, together with the regulatory commission, would serve the best interest of its clients and customers. And that's the main reason why I would say this. We appreciate the questions being raised here, and that's the main reason, Mr. President, that it is a healthy discussion. And at the end of the day, I am expecting as the main guy right now sponsoring this franchise, to receive amendments, proposed amendments, and suggestions coming from our distinguished colleagues. Actually, by the way, Mr. President, may I also announce, because I'm sure a lot of our colleagues are inside the lounge right now, we are accepting already the proposed amendments of our esteemed colleagues. We have received several from 3-4 members of this August chamber. Just to put that on record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. And also thank you for making of record na bukod sa dapat sinunod ng Meralco yung letter directive ng ERC, dapat sinunod ng PEPOA ang letter directive ng ERC. Eh di kung ayaw i-publish nung dalawa yung rules for the distribution and wheeling rates, kahit paulit-ulit na pinaalalahanan, definitely, dapat pinablish na lang ng ERC. But of course, we're not talking about the franchise of ERC. We're talking about the franchise of Meralco. And we always want and expect good faith on the part of stakeholders na nakikinabang sa pribilehiyong binibigay ng Estado sa kanila in the form of franchises. So, in effect, good sponsor, Meralco benefited from its failure to comply with the ERC order, resulting in the failure of the fourth regulatory period dahil nakaiwas sila sa pag-impose ng mas mababang WACC. Good sponsor.
Actually, Mr. President, at the end of the day, nag-refund din po sila. So, hindi rin po sila nakaiwas, and that's about 40 billion pesos, Mr. President. They refunded, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Well noted, at sabi nyo nga, tumatagiting na halaga iyon. Though I will return to that later dahil yun na nga, may ibang tanong ako na baka nga dapat malaki man na yung refund na iyon, actually baka dapat ay mas malaki pa as we break down yung formula na ginamit at yung rules under which the formula was used. So, in conclusion, good sponsor, Mr. President, the provisional rate that Meralco has been collecting from its consumers since 2011 is based on a higher WACC than what it should have earned. Sasang-ayon ba kayo sa akin dito, good sponsor?
I actually don't agree, Mr. President, as far as the resource person's answer to this representation's query for quite some time now. Meralco's 14.97% WACC remains consistent with ERC-approved methodologies and ensures sustainable operations, while the lower 8.27% that Your Honor mentioned a while ago, na WACC, lacks regulatory and economic validity, Mr. President.
That's
Kasi
coming
parang
from your
pinakamababang
resource
WACC
persons.
po yun, yun ang binabanggit po nila sa akin, Mr. President.
I appreciate good sponsor na yan ay mga inputs mula sa
Yes.
resource persons nyo mula sa Meralco because I like to think na hindi po yun yung sarili nyong pananaw bilang isang mambabatas. Because yes, Meralco somewhat complied. There was an important delayed compliance of 8 years. Yung ensuring of the quality of the service, siguro hindi naman masasaktan kung may full and timely compliance ang Meralco sa halimbawa mga letter instructions ng ERC. And I really cannot agree with the inputs from Meralco na yung lower WACC sana ng 8.27 to 9% para sa fourth regulatory period lacks regulatory sense and lacks economic sense. Dahil yan nga po yung naikwenta ng ERC consultant o nairekomenda nila. And for sure, kung sana na-publish yung mga rules, nasunod yung mga rules, na isagawa yung rate resetting process ayon sa rules na yon at pasok sa formula ng pagkuwenta, yung mas mababang WACC na iyon, that would have redounded to the benefit of more customers of Meralco and to a higher degree. Fulfilling yung regulatory function ng ERC under the EPIRA and certainly making economic sense sa mga consumers o customers ng Meralco. And siguro naman hindi makasasakit sa long-term sustainability ng Meralco, which historically isa sa longest running and definitely most profitable and sustainable sa mga kumpanya sa ating bansa. At so bago ako dumako sa pangalawang paksa, Mr. President, good sponsor, pero bilang paghahanda din para balikan yung usapin ng refund, how much has Meralco been over-collecting as a result nitong higher WACC? At hindi kaya ito dapat independently kwentahin at kaagad mai-refund sa mga customers, kasunod na nung naunang refund nila ng 40 billion pesos, Mr. President?
How much?
May higher WACC.
Mr. President, I'm being told that, well, as far as the resource persons are concerned, there was no such thing from ERC, which determines that Meralco is charging a higher WACC, Mr. President. Because yung WACC po is approved through the performance-based regulation, at ang ERC ang may oversight function nito para tumingin nito, Mr. President. Yung just to put also into the records, Mr. President, yung rate setting po under the performance-based regulation, in determining the annual revenue requirement o yung ARR nila para ma-ensure din na fair compensation for the economically efficient costs and risks incurred by any distribution utility in providing regulated distribution services. The ARR is composed of 5 key building blocks, Mr. President. One is the return on capital. Ito po yung component that provides a fair return on the regulatory asset base or the RAB, which consists of the distribution utilities assets. Yan po yung mga metro nila, poles, wires, buildings, etc. to deliver electricity to consumers. The return is calculated by multiplying the regulatory asset base by the weighted average cost of capital or WACC. Ito po yung return on capital. Meron naman pong return of capital. Ito yung ikalawang key building block. It covers naman yung depreciation to allow the distribution utility na ma-recover yung cost ng kanilang assets as they wear out or become obsolete, ensuring that funds are available for reinvestments in infrastructure. In fact, Mr. President, I've been saying this on the floor. Meralco is set to put in 24 billion investments para lang po dun sa mga poste nila, Mr. President. Ikatlo po yung operating and maintenance expenditure. Another key building block ng how our rates are being set under the performance base, no? Yung operating and maintenance expenditure naman covers the cost of day-to-day operations and maintenance activities necessary to provide reliable distribution services. Kasama na po dyan yung labor, repairs, system upgrades, and administrative costs. Pang-apat po yung other taxes incurred by DU in the normal course of business. Yung panlima ho at ikahuli, yung corporate income tax. However, the ERC recently ruled to set this value to zero. So the distribution utilities cannot recover this amount, Mr. President. So yan po yung bahagi na ating narinig sa ating mga resource persons. And again, ERC did not make a finding, Mr. President, that Meralco had over collections because they were charging a higher WACC. Ito ay paulit-ulit naming tinanong. I think Senator Gatchalian asked those questions also in this representation during the technical working group meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Hindi man officially o formally gumawa ng finding ang ERC, lumalabas na yun na nga, dahil hindi na publish yung rules ng rate resetting, hindi na reset yung, hindi na gawa yung rate resetting process, so hindi ma-consider o matanggap yung recommended lower WACC ng consultant ng ERC. In effect, may overcollection na nangyari in the going on 14 years since 2011. And bagamat yung ganyang mga rates nga ay karaniwan inaaprubahan sa pamamagitan ng performance-based regulation, pero nabanggit nga kanina na na-set aside yon at ginamit yung true-up process. So siguro at the proper time, good sponsor, baka makapaghain ako ng rekomendasyon, makapagpanukala ng amyenda para dun sa independent pag-estimate ng overcollection dahil sa mas mataas na WAC. At kaugnay niyan, proposed amendment kaugnay ng kaagad na dagdag na refund sa mga customers.
We'll look forward to that proposal, Mr. President. And again, let me point out also that WAC is just one of the 5 key building blocks, Mr. President, on how rates are being set under the performance-based regulation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Through good sponsor, but a very important
Yes,
factor.
yes, very
Opo,
important, yeah.
opo. Sige po, so dako na ako sa pangalawang paksa ko sa isa pang very important factor, yung inflation at yung nakikita kong posibleng nangyaring dobleng pag-charge para sa inflation. So let's go back po to 2012, Mr. President, when the ERC shifted from the return on rate base o RORB to the PBR or performance-based rate with regard to Meralco. When this shift was made, nagkaroon po ba ng pagbabago sa valuation ng assets o yung pinag-uusapan natin na regulatory asset base o RAB ng Meralco, good sponsor? At kung may pagbabago, ano po yung pagbabagong iyon?
Bago yung valuation.
Mr. President, from before, and we can also ask our friends from the technical working group of the committee to show we have in table 17 with regard to the return on rate base versus the performance-based regulation. Before po, yung basis of rates in the RORB, or return on rate base, actual past cost po or historical costs yung ginagamit, at kung pwedeng mas maliit pa po yung pinapakita natin para mas hindi namin makita. Ngayon po, yung performance-based regulation ay forecasted future cost ng OPEX and CAPEX. When it comes to efficiency incentives naman, no strong incentive po for efficiency as the distribution utilities are uncertain if future CAPEX or OPEX will be approved. Ngayon po, itong mga distribution utilities has certainty on the approved OPEX and the CAPEX and are guided on how to spend over the regulator period. Gusto kong bigyan diin, Mr. President, yung sa consumer participation that caught this representation's attention. Doon dati po, doon sa rate on rate base, return on rate base, ang consumers po could participate in the legal proceedings for rate setting upon making a formal appearance, usually through a legal counsel. So parang may lawyer pa po na kailangan mag-intervene, may kasama sila na mag-aabogado sa kanila. Ngayon po, dito sa performance-based regulation, PBR expanded avenues for consumer participation in rate setting. So yung consumers po could actively participate in some phases of rate setting. Example po dun sa mga public consultations on rulemaking and the ERC's draft determination on the rate case itself, which were not formal legal proceedings, Mr. President. Yan po yung pinakikita po natin. And pinaka-importante po, based. Yung ngayon po na ginagamit na performance-based regulation, optimized depreciated replacement cost yung pong ginagamit. Kaya ito, tingin natin ito yung mas epektibong pamamaraan para ipatupad ito pong tinatawag na performance-based regulation, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Maganda nga sana kung yung mga idinagdag nyong information sa atin mula sa inyong resource persons tungkol sa public hearings ay naisagawa hanggang ngayon. Pero gaya nga nung nabanggit ko kanina, ayon kay Mr. Hunya, after 2011, mga 2 to 3 public hearings na lamang ang nasalihan talaga ng mga consumers. So, importante po yung sinabi niyong naging pagbabago, no, dun sa valuation ng assets o regulatory asset base. Na kung dati sa ilalim ng RORB, historical or actual cost, pero ngayon sa ilalim ng performance-based rate, replacement cost na. So kapag po yung regulatory asset base ay valued at replacement cost, ibig po bang sabihin na adjusted for inflation siya, good sponsor?
Yeah? Ano?
Is it a yes? Is it a yes? So the question is yes or no. What do I answer?
Mr. President, believe it or not, I'm still waiting for the answer. I was just asking them if the answer is yes or no, and unfortunately, I still couldn't get an answer as to whether or not it accounts for inflation. Because for me, Mr. President, it should.
Yes, Mr. President. Yan din po ang pagkaalam ko.
If I'm in their shoes, I would answer yes,
Apo.
yes, immediately. If
Apo.
I
Ako rin po, good sponsor. Tingin ko kapag replacement cost ang sinasabi, and perhaps the accountants here would validate this for us, adjusted nga po for inflation, good sponsor.
Yes, for me, Mr. President, if they cannot answer, I think it should be, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
kung hindi man, it should be, Mr. President. And I'm willing to make sure that it will be part of our franchise law that we will be passing, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. So maganda, nagiging input itong interpellation natin sa mga iba pang bills na ating tinatalakay. So when the regulatory asset base is adjusted for inflation, ano naman po yung WACC na dapat i-apply sa kanya? Nominal WACC ba o yung real WACC para ma-calculate yung annual revenue requirement, Mr. President?
Supposed to be ERC siguro. Because it's the rules of ERC, and we have ERC representative here, Mr. President, and we're just conferring as to whether or not the rules was just promulgated, Mr. President, last December of 2024.
Yes.
Effective January.
And made effective just this January, Mr. President. January 3, Mr. President. So, as we speak, they're also studying. And I'm sorry, Mr. President, I couldn't get an answer from our resource person representing ERC.
I am also surprised, Mr. President, together with the sponsor.
And disappointed as well, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. Sponsor, dahil siyempre pag lalapit sa Kongreso para i-renew ang franchise at kung yung isang body naman ay yung regulatory body ng distribution utility na iyan, dapat up to date talaga sa lahat ng maaring maitanong. As far as I know, good sponsor, when the regulatory asset base is adjusted for inflation, so yun yung isang side ng formula, yung real WACC dapat. Real WACC ang dapat i-apply sa kanya para makuwenta yung annual revenue requirement.
I agree, Mr. President.
Opo, good sponsor. Salamat para doon. And I value that agreement kasi kung yung regulatory asset base ay adjusted na para sa inflation, pero kung ang i-apply mo na WACC ay nominal WACC sa halip na yung real WACC, di ba ang maging resulta dyan, 2 beses magcha-charge para sa inflation? Dapat ba ang mga consumers ma-charge doble para sa inflation, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I cannot agree more, and that's the main reason why this representation had been saying, Mr. President, that it is important that we renew our calls for stronger support in overhauling and ensuring that our representatives in the Regulatory Commission would be able to fulfill their mandate and function as a regulatory commission, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. Nakikiisa po ako sa pananaw at panawagan yung iyan. But again, hindi naman ERC ang lumalapit para sa renewal ng isang franchise, kundi ang Meralco. And I would have hoped that aside from yung resource persons ng ERC, yung resource persons ng Meralco would also be more forthcoming kung ano yung factors, variables dun sa formula na ginagamit nila sa pagkuwenta ng mababasa ng bawat consumer sa electric bill niya buwan-buwan. So, are they ready now to tell the body, good sponsor, real WACC lang ba ang ina-apply nila o yung nominal na weighted average cost of capital, Mr. Sponsor, good sponsor, before I move on to my next question?
Mr. President, we were told that they are still using nominal WACC since 2011, and it is primarily because ERC is using historical valuation. But right now, Mr. President, Meralco is finalizing their application, which is due February 3 of 2025, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat, good sponsor. Importante yon na finally dinisclose ng Meralco na nominal WACC ang ina-apply nila sa RAB o sa RAB. Kasi kung yung RAB adjusted na for inflation, tapos yung WACC ay nominal din, adjusted din for inflation. So, in effect, charging double nga po for inflation. Hindi yan tama mathematically, lalong hindi yan tama sa pag-provide ng public utility sa consumers, because then consumers would be charged not once but twice for inflation. And this should not be the case, good sponsor.
I'm being told, Mr. President, by our resource persons that in this particular issue, inflation will be charged once, Mr. President. Yung nominal, yung RAB is, yung nominal WACC ang gagamitin at yung RAB is, ang pagkakaintindi ko, yung valued without the inflation.
Iba na po ang sagot nila, good sponsor. Kanina sinabi nila adjusted for inflation ng RAB.
That is the current, Mr. President. Now, they are applying, Mr. President, to reset rates February 3, 2025, Mr. President. But I get the point of our distinguished colleague, and I'm still conferring, Mr. President, because they are using nominal WACC up to this time.
Opo.
And my understanding is by the time that they applied for the reset rates, it will also change. Is that correct? I'm sorry. Mr. President, to just be clarified completely, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Yes, Mr.
President?
President.
Thank you.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2781 under Committee Report number 297. This is the bill on the e-governance act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. We are in the period of amendments. The sponsors recognize to propound individual amendments emanating from Senator Gatchalian.
President, I'd like to thank the DICT and the industry staff of Senator Gatchalian who came together to polish these amendments. No? So on page 15, line 18, replace the word establish with prescribe. And on line 20, after the period, insert a new paragraph, the following. The DICT is mandated to provide all government agencies, offices, and instrumentalities that are part of the eGov system the proper guidance, assistance, and training on cybersecurity standards. Nothing in this act prevents a government agency, office, or instrumentality from implementing additional standards or other standards higher than the minimum set by DICT as it deems necessary.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 15, line 25, after the period, insert a new paragraph, the following. All government CII, all caps, shall create an organizational computer emergency response team in open parentheses, CRET, close parentheses, or computer security incident response team, open parentheses, CSIRT, close parentheses, and report major information security incidents affecting their institutions to the DICT's National Computer Emergency Response Team, or the NCERT, which shall be the central authority for all the sectoral and organizational CERTs in the country.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 18, line 29, after the word agency, delete and on page 19, line 2, after the word DICT and semicolon, insert and on the same line, insert a new enumeration, the following, F, close parenthesis, it shall provide a real-time citizen feedback mechanism integrated into all e-government platforms to allow users to rate services, provide comments, and report issues directly. Data from this mechanism shall be publicly aggregated and published quarterly to ensure transparency and guide service improvements.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved subject to style. The omnibus amendment is approved subject to style.
Sir President, that's all, but may I ask, if the body would allow, I will submit the reasons behind the amendments given by Senator Gatchalian, just for the record. I'll just...
The gentleman may insert the same into the records at the proper time. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments now closed.
I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2781. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 2781 is deemed approved on second reading. Congratulations, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority Floor
President.
Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2781.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
A minute suspension, Mr. President. Joel.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize once again the chairperson of the subcommittee on Meralco franchise renewal, Senator Joel Villanueva, and our deputy minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to continue with their interpellation.
Thank you.
Senators Villanueva and Ontiveros are hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, Senator Ayers. Now, Mr. President, during the break, we consulted and heard from our resource persons from Meralco, from ERC, Mr. President, about the concerns, the valid concerns raised by our distinguished minority leader tungkol po doon sa double recovery, double inflation na sinasama dun sa formula. We were assured, Mr. President, that under the performance-based regulation, there will be no double recovery by Meralco on inflation, Mr. President. No inflation in the asset base will be implemented. Ang inflation po will only be considered just once, and this will be in the nominal WACC, Mr. President. At moving forward, Mr. President, yung ERC is to use yung tinatawag na roll forward method for asset-based valuation, and that assets acquisition cost will be used, Mr. President. At muli, hindi na pwedeng gamitin yung inflation sa asset-based, Mr. President. So yun yung assurance, Mr. President, na walang double recovery na tinatawag. And again, Mr. President, being the principal sponsor of this measure, we welcome suggestions and perhaps proposals from our colleagues to ensure, Mr. President, that our concerns will be addressed, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you also, good sponsor. And I share the hope of the good sponsor na best practices and proper practices will be applied. Pero dahil napag-usapan na rin kanina yung refund, it's only a matter of fairness sa mga customers ng Meralco mapag-usapan what happened in the past 14 years, no? Dahil yung over collection because of the past practice of charging twice for inflation. Ang problema kasi sasabihin ng Meralco ngayon na inflation will only be factored in once, na yun naman talaga yung tama. But earlier, sinabi na nila na yung regulatory asset base nila was valued nga at replacement cost. And we know that replacement cost must, of course, factor in inflation. And then, later, sinabi din nila na nominal WACC ang ina-apply sa regulatory asset base. And again, the accountant siguro among us would be able to tell us na, of course, nominal WACC is also adjusted for inflation. So, in effect nga, charging double for inflation. Eh kung yung Meralco minsan lang maapektuhan dapat ng inflation in any one transaction or body of transactions, dapat ganun din yung mga consumers. Additionally po, Mr. President, in-input nga ng resource persons mula sa Meralco kanina tungkol dun sa mas mababa na daw yung WACC dahil mayroong after taxes, 11.23% na lang yung WACC. Pero po, Mr. President, according to Edna Espos, an expert on electricity regulation, in fact, siya po yung nag-train sa ERC tungkol sa performance-based rating, ang WACC ng Meralco ay dapat ina-apply before income tax. It is not allowed by the Supreme Court to include income tax in its operating expense. So, yung claim po ng Meralco na 11% WACC na lang after tax, questionable po yan, Mr. President. And at the very least, Meralco should show the calculation of this, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we were being told na sila mismo na disallow yung kanilang income tax, kaya po at nag-refund po sila, Mr. President. And with regard dun sa 30 billion, Mr. President, yun yung nirefund po nila,
Or
Mr.
40
President.
billion, Mr. President?
30.
30
Mr. President,
billion.
there are a series of refunds that I can mention, and there are about 4, Mr. President. If you want me to one by one tackle later, I mean.
Or if
I
I would appreciate receiving just a hard copy
Yes, Mr.
from the good
President.
sponsor, Mr.
Perhaps
President.
th-
Salamat,
just
Mr.
the
President.
summary, perhaps, Mr.
Yes, Mr.
President. In
please.
2002, the Supreme Court made the decision on disallowance of corporate income tax to be recovered as operating expense. That's 30 billion, Mr. President, and the status right now is that 28.13 billion or 94% were refunded to consumers. There's 2.17 billion unclaimed and is now kept in a separate savings account. Ito po yung desisyon ng ERC na dun ilagay. Tapos meron pong 3.052 billion in 2008 naman, yung ERC resolution on metered deposits. As of October 2024, 2.75 billion or 90% has been refunded. Meron pong remaining 302.2 million na unclaimed, and this may be subject to SCHIT proceedings. Ni-raise din po ito ng ating minority leader last time. And then yung pong 48.5 billion naman ay ito po yung 2022, Mr. President. 2021 po to 2023 ang duration nito na ni-refund. Dalawang bahagi po ito. Isang 40.5 billion refund due to the distribution rate true-up adjustments during the 4th regulatory period at 7.7 billion refund due to DRTU adjustments during the 3rd regulatory period, which we covered a while ago, Mr. President. Ang status po, yung sa 40.5 billion fully refunded from March 2021 to May 2023. Yun naman pong 7.7 billion fully refunded to customers from May 2022 to November 2022. And yung last but not the least, yung ika-apat ho na major refund that we were talking about, ito po yung 2024 ERC resolution disallowing the distribution utility to collect costs to cover payments to technical experts. Ang refund implementation po will begin this year of 2025, and I'm being told that early or first quarter of 2025 po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor. So if in the years from 2011 to 2025, so about 14 years, kahit mayroong ganitong mga, sabi nga ng good sponsor, 4 na major refunds, just talking about the double charging for inflation, ano yung magiging impact nito sa Meralco? I would say, good sponsor, kung over-collecting ang Meralco sa consumers niya at kung hindi ito makokorek, Meralco would earn or is earning a windfall profit. Good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, but since 2011, ang binabanggit po sa atin ng resource persons from Meralco, ay wala na pong inflation sa asset base. ito po ay nakapaloob sa ipinapatupad ng Energy Regulatory Commission under the what they call roll forward method, Mr. President.
I thought, good sponsor, the roll forward method is included in Meralco's moving forward practices na sinisignify nila sa ERC together with their application for new rate next month. Good sponsor.
Well, moving forward, patuloy po nilang gagamitin ito, but as I'm being told, ito rin yung recommendation ng ERC at since 2011, ito po yung kanilang ginagamit, Mr. President, sa asset base, Mr. President.
I see. Medyo namomroblema ako sa ngayon, good sponsor, dahil kanina lang inamin ng Meralco na yung regulatory asset base nila valued at replacement cost, meaning factoring in inflation. Ngayon, sinasabi nila mula 2011, wala ng inflation sa RAB. So, ngayon may factual dissonance ako dito sa notes ko. So, ano ba talaga? Ano ba talaga? Kasi kung may inflation na dun sa regulatory asset base, plus may inflation pa sa weighted average cost of capital, therefore, double charging of the consumers for inflation, kailangan itanong na magkano ang ino-overcollect ng Meralco bilang resulta ng pagkolekta 2 beses sa consumers for inflation. At mauuwi ako dun sa suma total, magkano yung dapat pang i-refund sa mga consumers ngayon. Kasi pinag-usapan natin ang pag-renew ng franchise ng isang utility na batay na sa pinagsama-sama kong mga sagot nila sa mga tanong, nag-overcollect sa mga consumers sa loob ng higit 1 dekada, Mr. President.
Dati, Mr. President, since 2008, yung replacement cost ay ginagamit na kasama ang inflation. Nasa rules po yan ng ERC. Nung nagka-issue nga po at nagkaroon ng refund, binago po nila ito noong 2011 at nagsimulang ipatupad itong roll forward method for asset-based valuation. And this assets acquisition cost will be used, Mr. President. Wala na pong inflation.
I
Yun
am
ho yung-
continuing sinasabi
Let me
nila. good
reiterate, Mr.
sponsor.
President, that this is
Opo.
coming from the resource persons giving me the explanation, Mr. President.
I do understand, good sponsor.
Thank you.
So nananatili yung problema ko sa ngayon kasi nag-iiba na yung mga sagot nila eh. Kanina tinanong ko, let's go back to 2012. May pagbabago ba sa valuation ng assets o regulatory asset base? At sabi nila, oo, vinalue na at replacement cost. No? So ngayon sinasabi nila, mula 2012, hindi na. So nadadagdagan po yung aking ano ba talaga kuya na tanong through the good sponsor sa Meralco. In fact, good sponsor, may nagkikwenta ng magkano yung kabuuang refund bukod pa sa mga nasimulang 4 na refund mula sa Meralco. Refund as a result of over-collecting dahil collecting twice for inflation. Halimbawa, yung tansya po ni Commissioner Non, roughly 10 billion pesos a year, at least in the years 2012 to 2015, 3 taon. But, ayon sa tansya, this has continued to this day. So talagang at the proper time, good sponsor, babalikan ko po yung isyung ito para maghain ng isang proposed amendment. Kaugnay po ng usapin ng double charging for inflation at saka yung usapin po ng refund. Otherwise po, kanina pa po natin pinag-uusapan, good sponsor, yung regulatory asset base o RAB o RAB. Pag hindi po na-correct ito at hindi po klaro ang pagkaintindi ng publiko na correct ito, yung RAB po magiging robbery na po, good sponsor. At hindi po tayo pumapayag sa ganon dito sa Senado.
I
Mr. President.
sincerely appreciate, Mr. President, the observations made by our Deputy Minority Leader. And as mentioned earlier, Mr. President, I will support any proposal that will make this more transparent and iwasan natin yung tinatawag na double redundancy. Mahirap i-define
Parang
po
triple
yun.
na
And
po
we,
yun.
we just make sure, Mr. President, na yung what is fair and just will be delivered. But at the same time, Mr. President, again, the Meralco keeps on telling me that at the end of the day, they cannot do anything unless it is approved by our regulatory commission, which is the Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President. Thank you.
In principle, I do agree, good sponsor, pero kahit po may regulatory body, the distribution utility can always do better. Lalo na dahil kailangan itanong yung ganitong mga tanong.
Yes, Mr.
sa
President,
kanila.
I agree,
Good
Mr.
sponsor.
President. And
Salamat, good sponsor.
as far as we are concerned, and in fact, in the very first hearing of this measure chaired by the chairperson of our Senate Committee on Public Service, I mentioned, Mr. President, in my statement that there's so much room for improvement and that we have to do our part as legislators before giving or renewing the franchise of this company, Mr. President. Thank you.
Salamat, good sponsor. So dako na po ako sa huling paksa ko sa interpellation na to. Tungkol naman sa overstatement mismo ng RAB at saka yung cost of debt. So, gaya ng pinag-uusapan na rin natin kanina, good sponsor, Mr. President, the regulatory asset base or RAB is what forms the basis for determining the annual revenue requirement of Meralco. Kung overstated yung RAB, then in effect, Meralco would be over-collecting from its consumers. Yan po yung parang theory ko kanina. And sasang-ayon po ba ang good sponsor sa akin doon? Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but again, Meralco insists that they can only collect unless unapproved rates by the Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President.
True to, good sponsor, pero yung mas siguro importanting point pa dito is not whether ERC approved an overvalued RAB. And if it did, of course, ERC abused its authority. But the more important point here is to establish simply that RAB should be fairly and accurately determined to protect consumers. So, good sponsor, anong items ang dapat isinasama sa RAB ng Meralco, Mr. President?
All assets used and useful in the distribution business of Meralco, Mr. President. Yan po ang nakapaloob dyan sa RAP.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. In a way, I would say that's an operational definition, pero merong ding financial definition, if I may call it that, na in principle, yun lamang funded ng utang o equity ang dapat isinasama sa RAB. So, yun lamang mga pondo nila na entitled sa income ang dapat sinasama sa RAB. Kung tama po ako doon, good sponsor, ano namang items ang dapat hindi isinasama sa RAB ng Meralco, Mr. President?
Yung mga assets po ng Meralco na hindi ginagamit for distribution, hindi po kasama ito sa RAB. At muli, Mr. President, I keep on hearing from our resource persons na ito yung nire-require sa kanila ng ERC na gamitin o hindi gamitin na, Mr. President.
Okay. Again, good sponsor, dun sa operational definition na iyon, idadagdag ko yung financial definition as far as I understand it, na yung mga item na di dapat sinasama sa RAB ng Meralco ay halimbawa customer deposits. Kasi hindi naman yon pinopondohan ng Meralco debt o Meralco equity. Funded po yan ng Meralco customers. Pero ang Meralco may expense item and liabilities na ang tawag ay provision for losses. Meron silang long-term employee benefits. Meron silang refundable deposits. At meron silang other non-current liabilities. Hindi po nagbabayad ang Meralco ng interes sa alinman sa mga items na to. At sa pagkaintindi ko po, good sponsor, ibig sabihin, dapat hindi sila bahagi ng RAB. Hindi dapat pinapayagan ng Meralco na magkolekta ng WAC mula sa items na to dahil hindi naman po siya nag-i-incur ng interest expense sa mga items na to, good sponsor.
Mr. President, I'm being told, Mr. President, that there's no WAC in the determination of RAB, and yung binanggit po kanina ng ating distinguished colleague mula po dun sa customer deposits at iba pang inputs, binabanggit po ng ating resource persons na mula sa Meralco na hindi po talaga nila sinasama o kasama itong mga ito sa RAB. Ang RAB po ay kasama lang dito ay yung mga assets lamang. At pagka binanggit daw po yung assets, ito lang po yung assets na ginagamit ng Meralco for distribution. So yung mga assets po nila na hindi kasama o hindi ginagamit sa distribution ng electricity, hindi din po ito kasama, Mr. President.
Ito pong mga items, good sponsor, na hindi talaga dapat sinasama sa RAB ng Meralco at sinasabi ng Meralco, hindi nga nila isinasama sa RAB. Ganong ka-significant sila, Mr. President?
Customer deposits about 35 billion, Mr. President. Employees, expense yan, sorry. So yung employees' benefits is also an expense, so hindi po nila considered as an asset, Mr. President.
So far, may itemization tayo na 35B plus an unstated yet value dun sa employee benefits. And I would agree.
Perhaps, Mr. President,
yes, Mr. President.
If I may suggest, we can provide Your Honor a list of these items that we are discussing so that we can help Your Honors in making decision, or perhaps in convincing her, Mr. President, whether or not we need to make necessary changes or perhaps propose amendments to this particular issue that we are talking about, Mr. President.
Thank you,
We'll
good
do that,
sponsor.
Mr. President.
Salamat po, I would appreciate
As soon as
it.
possible.
Opo, dahil significant nga po
Yes.
itong mga dapat non-RAB items ng Meralco. In fact, may kwenta po na at the end of 2019, more than half a decade ago, nagkakahalaga na ang mga ito ng over 100 billion pesos. Now, are there also specific types of Meralco debts na hindi rin dapat isinasama sa RAB nila, Mr. President?
Wala pong debts or debt na sinasama sa RAB at kailanman hindi daw po nila sinasama ito. Yun po yung ating binanggit po sa atin.
Salamat, good sponsor. But again, may contradiction
Mr. President,
in facts.
pati daw
Yes,
po
Mr.
yung
President.
interest, I'm just being told, even the interest, Mr. President, of their debts, hindi din po kasama sa RAB, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Well noted. But again, parang may magkakaibang facts na nagbabanggaan. Dahil ayon kay dating commissioner noon, there is an overstatement of the cost of debt of Meralco. Meralco debts that were already existing and that had already been negotiated at the time of the rate reset should not be included in the RAB. Dahil this would result in adding a premium to the cost of Meralco's debt, another form of overcollecting, good sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that is the commissioner from ERC, Mr.
Opo,
President.
good
And
sponsor.
Meralco has been continuously emphasizing to this representation that at the end of the day, they will listen and they will adhere to whatever the decision of ERC that would require the distribution utility to implement such rates or include, for example, or not include itong mga bagay na ito na ating pinag-uusapan sa kanilang RAB, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kahit this may sound to the resource persons hypothetical question, pero just to make it of record dito sa interpellation, magkano po ang na-overcollect ng Meralco sa pagdagdag ng mga items sa RAB na dapat hindi kasama sa RAB, good sponsor?
May decision. Mr. President, I'm getting a strong reaction here, Mr. President, that indeed they can commit and swear that the RAB only consists of land and buildings, substation equipment, distribution line, and underground distribution network, and they have not included any other items or inputs other than these four major inputs that this representation mentioned, Mr. President, and as approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Lastly, just for the record, we urgently need to address this experienced and perceived issue of Meralco over-collecting from its customers. This is a matter that requires further in-depth review than what we are capable of doing at the plenary sessions tonight or this afternoon, Mr. President. So I strongly urge the Committee on Energy to look further into this, and as my contribution to that, we are drafting a resolution to submit to the floor for referral to the Committee on Energy on these issues na itinanong ko po kaugnay ng renewal of franchise ng Meralco, yung issue ng mas mataas na WACC, yung issue ng pag-charge doble para sa inflation, at yung issue ng overstatement sa RAB at yung cost of debt. So at this point, and anticipating the important documents that the good sponsor will share with this representation, maraming salamat, good sponsor, at maraming salamat din po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating Deputy Minority Leader. Ang kanyang mga inputs ay valid points. And at the end of the day, Mr. President, tayo pong lahat dito sa Senado ay may karapatan na mag-propose ng amendment, suggestion, at papaanong ma-perfect itong ating batas na ating ipapasa para sa ganon sa dulo ang ating sambayan ng Pilipino ang makikinabang dito po sa prangkisang ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Senators Joel and Hontiveros, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation without prejudice to asking questions during the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I mean suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
That we resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. I move that we open the period of committee amendments, Your Honor, Mr. President. Committee amendment and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader. Mr. President, for your committee amendments, on page 2, line 20, after the word science, insert the word or technology. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page and line after the word improvements, insert the phrase or innovations. Close quote. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 22, after the word may, delete the comma, delete the phrase for its own safety, and delete the comma. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 2, line 23, after the word upon, insert the phrase the payment of. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 37, after the word municipalities, insert a comma and a phrase subject to prior approval of the Department of Public Works and Highways, DPWH, or the local government unit, LGU, concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 40, after the word and, insert a forward slash and the word or. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 2, lines 41 and 42, delete the words Department of Public Works and Highways and local government unit and retain only the acronyms without the parentheses. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 5, after the word and before the word replace, insert a forward slash and the word or. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 13, replace the word incur with the word charge. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, on the same page and line, replace the word costs with the phrase power rates. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 14, replace the word business with the word businesses. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 21, replace the word or with the word of. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 25, insert the word electricity between the words its and bill. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 28, insert a hyphen between the words and users. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 8, after the word grantee, insert a semicolon and the phrase to temporarily suspend the operation of any station or facility in the interest of public safety, security, and public welfare. Thereafter, insert another semicolon. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 9, after the word upon, insert the phrase the payment of. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 22, delete the phrase effectivity of this act unless, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase expiration of the current franchise granted under Republic Act number 9209, unless the franchise granted under this act is. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, after the period, insert a new sentence as follows. This franchise shall...
This is line 23?
Line 23, Mr. President. After the period, insert the new sentence as follows. This franchise shall be deemed ipso facto revoked in the event that the grantee fails to operate continuously for 2 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 25, after the word provincial, insert a comma and the word city. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 26, replace the word accounts with the word liabilities. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, delete lines 26 to 27, starting from the word or, after the word accidents, up to the word by, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase that cause injury to persons and or damage to property during. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, delete lines 29 to 30, starting from the word and up to the word property, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase to persons and or damage to property arising from accident. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 37, after the word grantee, insert a comma and the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, amendments
On
approved.
page 4, line 42, after the word transaction, insert a colon and a proviso as follows. Provided that any such transfer, sale, or assignment is in accordance with applicable constitutional limitations. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Page 9, line 4, after the word Philippines, insert the phrase within 5 years from the effectivity of this act. So move, Mr.
An
President.
objection? There being none, amendments
Page
approved.
5, line 11, replace the phrase on the job trainings with the phrase enterprise-based education and training programs, including apprenticeships. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 14, after the word issuances and the colon, insert a new proviso as follows. Provided furthermore that the grantee shall regularly submit a list of job vacancies within the franchise area to the Public Employment Service Offices or PESOs in accordance with Republic Act number 8759 or the Public Employment Service Office Act of 1999 as amended. Thereafter, insert a colon. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments
On the
approved.
same page and line, insert the phrase list off between the words the and employment. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 15, replace the word in with the phrase as an attachment to. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments
On
approved.
page 5, line 38, replace the phrase provided in this act with the following. Authorized by the franchise, provided further that the foregoing shall not apply to the sale, lease, transfer, grant of usufruct, or assignment of legislative franchises with prior congressional approval. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
That would be all, Mr. President, for the committee amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to close the period, the committee amendments, the period of committee amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And again, Mr. President, may I ask our colleagues to furnish our office and or the committee, Mr. President, on public services for their proposed amendments, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority
Thank
Leader.
you, Senator Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we continue, let me acknowledge the guests of Senator Nancy Binay from the Church Workers of the Holy Cross Parish of Tejeros, Makati City. They're in the gallery. I'd like to request that the lights be turned on.
Are they from Makati?
The special request of our colleague to turn on the lights. I
Are-
think she wants to join the picture, so at least maganda po ang lighting.
May I ask Senator Binay if they are sure voters of Nancy Binay for mayor? Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2821 under Committee Report number 320. This is the bill on the Accelerated Reform Right-of-Way Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of this bill is now in order.
The parliamentary status of the bill is that we have approved the amendment by substitution yesterday, January 2025, without prejudice to the members asking questions on the measure. With that, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Senator Mark Villar is hereby recognized.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Boto niyo si Nancy, ha?
Bakit natin ito malalaman? Mr. President, as I understand, the parliamentary status is we are already in the period of individual amendments. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, without prejudice.
Without prejudice to ask questions.
So,
Minority Leader.
so that this representation will be guided as to what amendments to pursue, because we based it on we based it on the older version.
We submitted a,
Do you have a clean
a new
copy?
clean copy of this. It was, you,
Do you have a, did you get hold of a clean copy?
yes, we have a clean, wala kayong, Mr. President.
When was the substitution made, Mr. President?
When was the substitution made? This was yesterday.
Yes, only yesterday. That's the point, Mr. President. So, may we get from the sponsor
Wala siyang clean copy.
maybe highlights as to how different is the substitute bill that he wants us to propose amendments on from the original bill, which was the subject of the interpellations, Mr. President.
Do you have a summary? No, yung summary ng lahat ng differences from the original. Yeah, these are the salient points.
The mere fact na nag-substitute siya, yung extensive yung amendments. Kasi kung maliliit lang.
First, this is quite, okay, but I can share with you, but I can also submit some of these. But let me share with you some of the major changes. One is the deletion of the provision for the right-of-way plan. This is to provide flexibility to other agencies. Making the RAP mandatory may not fit all implementing agencies, which may cause restrictions and delays. Also, the non-compensability of lands acquired through patents. All lands granted through the issuance of patent titles should not be compensated, as these are grants from the government. This is also not to render nugatory the reservation clause under Section 112 of CA 141, the Public Land Act, and it will allow implementing agencies to maximize its limited budget allocation. Also, the included limitations on the acquisition by private entities through eminent domain. Since the grant of eminent domain is by virtue of delegation by the government, these limitations will ensure that the government's power of eminent domain will not be subverted or diminished. Also, there will be no unjust enrichment on part of the government, and that the proprietary rights of the private entity shall be respected, as the latter shall be paid by the government should the government acquire the property thereafter. The implementing agency shall not be required to secure certification, precondition, or free and prior informed concept of the indigenous cultural communities. There's also some changes to the subterranean depth from 50 to 25 meters, and also it's expressly stated that their placement costs will be subject to depreciation. Owners of improvement and structures without legally recognized rights to the land have additional requirements. Certification from the DSUD that the owner must not own any real property or any housing facility, whether in urban or area or a rural area. And then from must not occupy an existing right-of-way which is titled to the government. So there are, in order to benefit from right-of-way, you must not occupy a existing right-of-way. Also, the deletion of legal interest for outstanding right-of-way claims pursuant to negotiated sale must be filed before the court in accordance with the rules of the court. Also, in expropriation cases, from 100% of you don't have to deposit, you only have to deposit 50% of zonal value. So, yeah, 15% from the 100%. That's for fiscal space for government. And those are some of the major ones. And we can submit the more detailed summary, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Of course, an adjustment to the major one. Sorry, sorry to interrupt. The adjustments for the RP Vara. These are certain amendments that must be made so that the valuations will be based on the new law that we just recently passed, the RP Vara law. That's the general gist, but of course we can give more details. Mr. President.
From the response from our sponsor, Mr. President, I have noted not less than 10 new ideas in the substitute bill. This is maybe the reason why the amendments were introduced through via a substitute bill because these are extensive amendments, Mr. President. So may I know, is this a part of LIDAC? Mr. President?
Yes, this is done
Is
with
this
consultation.
certified measure? Hindi naman.
It's priority.
Certified in the sense of certified presidential
It's priority, but it's
certification
not certified.
Not
Yes.
certified.
Yeah.
So okay, the minority is cooperating by, entertaining these measures mentioned in the LEDAC listing. But in this particular case, Mr. President, parang given the extensive amendments in the substitute bill, wouldn't it be more proper as a matter of procedure to reopen the period for interpellation? Because there is unnecessary pressure on this representation if we are already in the period of amendments and then we are just allowed to interpellate preparatory to your introducing the amendments. But I would like to be given the period to explore all of these not less than 10 new ideas being introduced by the substitute bill, Mr. President. But we can still give this priority, but if we can just follow better procedure, Mr. President, of course, with the consent of, with clearance from the sponsor, if he does not mind, if we reopen, we reconsider the closing of the period for interpellation and let us reopen it. And then mag-interpellation po ulit tayo rito, Mr. President. And then we will still be saving time because this is hopefully an improved version of the old one. So pagdating sa period of amendments, there will be hopefully lesser amendments to be introduced, Mr. President. So this is just an appeal from the minority because medyo parang unfair, Mr. President, the pressure is unnecessary that, we're in the period for amendments, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Well, I'd like to. Can I request for suspension?
Session suspended.
President, I'd just like to manifest that this representation is willing to, is acceding to the timeline of our distinguished minority floor leader, and I'm willing to answer any questions as if it was similar to, as if it was a period of interpellation.
So with that manifestation from our sponsor, I think this representation is satisfied with the assurance that he will not be impatient with us, Mr. President. So we ask for more time to go over the substitute bill, Mr. President. But we will try our best to be ready by tomorrow so that we can.
So you're ready by tomorrow?
Yes, by tomorrow.
Okay.
Given the fact, given the manifestation of the sponsor that this is a LEDAC priority measure.
Yes.
So the minority is cooperating, Mr. President, except that we will cooperate also intelligently, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2821.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mini suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
Mr.
suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2838 under Committee Report number 332. This is the bill on the National Housing Authority Act. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection?
Sorry. Can I request for suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
I withdraw my previous motion, and I now move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2838 under Committee Report number 332. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senators Ejercito and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unless the sponsor has an opening statement? No more.
No more, Mr. President, but I'd just like to say that the barangay health workers, I would consider, we could consider them as the most overworked and undercompensated workers in government, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's why we feel that the Magna Carta for barangay health workers is long overdue. I myself and the presiding officer, being former chief executives, we know for a fact that the barangay health workers serve as the foot soldiers of our government and as the frontliners. Sila po talaga yung frontliners. So we're hoping that they can be well compensated. And at present, Mr. President, Your Honor, there are about 253,000 barangay health workers registered under the BHW registry system, Your Honor, Mr. President. So hopefully we can,
What is this registry, Mr. President? Who has possession of the registry?
the Department of Health, Your Honor, Mr. President, have the record or database of this BHW registry system.
So one master database, ito, 253,000 entries.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Alam ko po yung mga barangay health workers talagang they're just operating out of
Honoraria.
dedication. Actually, they're not really after the honoraria.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct, Your Honor.
Gustong tumulong talaga. Yan yung mga Mother Teresa type, mga barangay health workers natin eh. Sa sakripisyo, kaya nila. Siguro yan ang tunay na kahulugan ng patriotism, Mr. President, sa pagmamahal lang sa bayan at saka sa bansa. So, ang meaning to say, Mr. President, there is no law governing barangay health workers as of the moment.
Your Honor, Mr. President, there is the Republic Act number 7883. Ito lang po, no? An act granting benefits and incentives to accredited barangay health workers and for other purposes.
So, we are repealing that. Sabi ng Section 26, repealing clause. We are repealing that said law. So, may we know why? What are the shortcomings of this present law, Mr. President?
Benefits lang basically.
Benefits lang.
Ito, kinaklat ko yung role ng BHW.
Benefits. Tsaka honoraria lang. Wala, hindi rin nakal. Mr. President, according to DOH, under the present Republic Act, the BHWs, after 3 years, no, doon pa lang sila pwedeng magkaroon ng honoraria. So, by repealing this with the with the Magna Carta for Barangay Health Workers Act, hopefully, it will be defined already, the roles, their benefits. On the onset, it will already be defined. Just to give you a background, Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, nabanggit niyo po kanina, talagang halos voluntary po sila. Their honoraria are given by some, swerte na po, if the local government units can afford, no? Like the cities, first and second class municipalities. Ang problema po dito, yung third, fourth, and fifth class municipalities. So yung BHW honoraria ranges from as low as 200 pesos per month to 10,000 per month. So, ang laki ho ng disparity. So, we are looking forward, hopefully, with the passage of the Magna Carta for the BHWs, at least ma-equalize po. And those BHWs under the poorer municipalities, yung pong nasa talagang 200, 800 pesos a month, at least mabigyan mo natin ng compensation that we can say is that can commensurate, no, to their efforts, no, Your Honor, Mr. President.
With the permission of the Minority Leader,
Yes, sir.
if I may ask, can the fourth and fifth class municipality compensate, how much are they willing to compensate the barangay health workers? Ito mga fourth and fifth class municipalities?
Your Honor, Mr. President, that's a problem, no? Yung pong mga fourth and fifth class municipalities because with their limited fiscal capacity. Ito po, no? Just to give you an example, meron po ditong mga munisipyo na...
You know what is the poorest municipality in the country?
Meron po 200 pesos per month lang ang
Binibigay?
ang binibigay. Meron pong 400, 800.
So how can they survive with that?
That's the reason, Mr. President, that we are pushing for the Magna Carta for BHWs. At least yung po mga fourth and fifth class municipalities, if we can, if,
Who will subsidize?
if the government, if the national government can subsidize,
Okay.
meron po tayong computation dito na initially to give about 3,000 for the
So-
BHWs from 3,000 from the third to fifth class municipalities, Your Honor.
So if the fourth and fifth class municipalities cannot afford to pay the honoraria, then the national government will subsidize for it. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's the idea, Your Honor.
That is the idea of this. Of
That
this
is correct,
bill.
Your Honor.
Alright.
Yung cities po kasi, Mr. President, like Mandaluyong, for example, in Pasig, no, na 10,000 po yung allowance sila. Swerte po yung mga BHWs yun. But the others, on the
So what is
poor
what is the maximum honorarium that is going to be given under this bill?
With this bill, Your Honor, Mr. President, yung, we're just setting the minimum that the national government would subsidize, which is about 3,000 per BHWs.
So
Per BHW.
here in Metro Manila, yung mga moneyed cities like Mandaluyong, for example, gives 10,000, as you mentioned earlier.
That is correct.
Aside from Mandaluyong, Makati.
Makati gives about 6,000 to 7,000. Your Honor, depends on the barangay.
So, ang
Meron
pinaka-
pang 8,000.
So I understand ang pinakamababa lang matatanggap sa honoraria is 3,000. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So it
That's
depends on the
proposal.
local government units. Pag medyo generous sila, pwedeng taasan. Pwedeng magbigay ng mas malaki.
Yes, that
Am
is
I
correct. That's correct.
Do you have information in San Juan? How much do they give them?
Di ba mababang mo sa atin? Hindi pa binigay? Di ba nandito last time? Hindi binigay?
I will also ask about Marikina, Mr. President.
Lahat na ng siguro sa cities ng Metro Manila. So we can compare kung sino yung mga generous na mayors.
Ang pinaka-generous here, Mr. President, no? While we are looking for the record of San Juan, yung Pasig.
Pasig.
Because they permanently hired their BHWs.
Nakaplantilla na.
Nakaplantilla niya, Mr.
Alright.
President.
So no city or municipality followed suit
Wala, no? Pasig
except for Pasig.
Taguig, Your Honor, Mr. President, partly is already hiring and giving the BHWs plantilla position. But Pasig lang po talaga yung talagang lahat po ay
So do you
binigyan
have
ng
any
plantilla.
data or statistics with regard to the honoraria given by the LGUs here in Metro Manila?
Yung Metro Manila, meron kay Metro Manila. Metro Manila.
Sorry to take your time in order
Ito, for Marikina, Your Honor, Mr. President, 3,000 pesos for 17 barangays. Makati ranges from the lowest is about 5,200 to highest is about 9,000, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Sino
Makati.
Makati is 9,000.
Apo, 9,000.
Maybe if Senator Nancy becomes mayor, mas tataasan sila. Mas tataasan siguro.
Taguig, Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pong naka-job order, 11,500. Yung pong casual, 12,800. Pero yung mga new BHWs pa lang ho ay 3,000, Your Honor, Mr. President. Meron pa kayong
The rest is only 3,000?
yung mga new hires, Your Honor, Mr. President. So if they're absorbed already as casuals or job order, maging 11,500 to 12,800.
So right now, yung mga newly hired BHW only receives 3,000 as honoraria.
Tama ba yun? Sa Taguig, 3,000 lang, no? Sa Taguig po, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to records, it's 3,000 for newly hired. Now we have, sa iba pong, in other municipalities, sa Malabon is 4,000 pesos, Navotas 4,000, Valenzuela 3,500, Pateros for 1,200, Marikina has 6,000.
Okay. Munisipyo lang kasi yun. Alright.
San Juan City, from city government, 500 pesos. From the barangay, it depends on the
500 pesos?
capacity.
500 pesos?
Yung sa city government, Mr. President.
Only?
Andito yung Mr. President, nandito po yung presidente ng NCR, BHW
Ibig mo
President.
sabihin, San Juan gives the lowest honoraria amongst all cities in Metro Manila?
Pag yung barangay pa, kasama. It depends on the barangay, Your Honor, Mr. President. Barangay gives sometimes 2,000 or 3,000. So yung city government augments with 500 pesos. So depends on the capacity of the barangay. So siguro nag-average
When you were mayor, how much did you give?
I'm sure I'm sure bigger than what they are getting right now.
I assume. Ibig sabihin, binawasan pa yung pagbibigay mo ng mas malaki, binawasan pa ng kasulukuyang mayor.
Ikaw nyo lang meron pong city pay.
Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pong,
And these are
again,
hardworking people, ha?
to clarify, yung sa 500 is from city government just to augment. No? Tapos yung barangay, as I mentioned, it depends on their capacity. Ito po,
Still.
San Juan, barangay, 5,500, Your Honor, Mr. President, galing sa barangay. Sa city paid, 500 din ako. Sa city paid, ilan nga? Dito zero eh. Kanina 500 eh. Ano ba tatawin?
Sa barangay po yung isa.
Hindi, sa San Juan ano yung city pay? 500 or zero?
Anyway, Senator JV, siguro you can just give the list to us.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
in order
President,
to
we'll
save
give you the
time.
list.
Yeah.
Pero
Yeah,
yung city paid is about 500, Your Honor. So yung barangay po
So, mas malaki yung bigay mo when you were mayor of San Juan, ha?
I guess, Mr. President, Your Honor, because during our time, wala naman hong angal yung mga BHWs. So we compensate them with other benefits, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Unlike now.
Unlike now that medyo parang naghahari-harian yung
Right.
They should treat we both know that these are our foot soldiers and who really sacrifice a lot. To the St. Sherwin, we were all mayors that these BHWs sometimes perform other duties outside of what is prescribed, no, from their duties. So we compensate in other forms because we know that they really sacrifice.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Minority
Mr.
Leader,
President.
for taking your time.
So, under present law, the BHWs receive allowances primarily paid by the barangays. Tama?
That is correct,
Tapos,
Mr. President.
some LGUs, meaning to say municipalities and cities, supplement what is given by the barangay to the city, charge to the city and municipal budget. Tama po ba yun?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And then itong ating Magna Carta allows now national to even supplement
That's
what they
correct.
get.
The idea, Mr. President, because yung pong, as we were discussing earlier, third, fourth, fifth class municipalities, especially their barangays, have really no capacity. Nakakaawa nga kasi may 200, 400 pesos a month.
Kaya nga, sir.
So that's
Sa-
why our rationale is that hopefully the national government can subsidize these BHWs.
Present law, ang may primary responsibility to give allowances to barangay health workers would be the barangay. Tama po o mali?
Wala talagang required na honorarium na
Pero barangay ang nagbibigay.
kay Sir Vinod. Pero wala talagang required.
Well, according to our backstab from DOH, under the present law, there's no requirement. But what is being practiced is that the barangays are the ones really giving the allowances to our BHWs, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And then, meron ding mga scenarios that the municipality, mother municipality ng barangay, mother city, also gives. So dalawa, so mean to say, there are places right now where the BHWs receive, hindi naman malalaki to, basta receive allowances, but from two sources, barangay and the mother municipality or mother city. Tama po ba yun?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. And more often than not, especially with the poorer barangays, it's the municipality or it's the municipality which covers, no, the allowances already.
Sinalo na
Because-
agad.
Sinasalo kasi
Sinalo
hindi-
na agad. Okay. Sa ating law ngayon, sa ating bill, kung maging law ito, ano po mangyayari? As pagdating sa poorer municipalities, dadagdagan ni national government.
3,000 minimum, it will be co-shared by the barangay municipality.
Hanggang 3,000.
In province na
Kaabot sa
coordination.
3,000.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the Magna Carta, this bill is proposing that we will have a minimum standard allowance, no? It's the barangay and the LGU that will be paying or co-sharing po yung kanilang allowance for the BHWs. But in case of the third to fifth class, ito po yung mga low-income municipalities. That's where the national government would step in. Kasi nga po, more often than not, they do not have the capacity to give the 3,000 allowance. So, the proposal under this measure is that the national government would subsidize 3,000 pesos for the BHWs of the third and fifth class municipalities.
So when we say subsidized, kung may binibigay man ngayon si third to fifth class municipality, tuloy nilang ibigay yon, pupunuin lang ng national government so that magiging 3,000 yung take home ng allowance. Take home allowance pa rin tawag dito, no?
Yes. Honorarium.
Honorarium. Take home honorarium of the BHW. Ganun po
Yes,
yung
Your Honor.
idea.
That is correct. Para maging standard na po na pantay-pantay.
But what entity will be paying the BHW? Will it be the municipality or city, or will it be the DOH as a department, Mr. President?
Sir, bali yung tatlong LGUs or yung province,
It's the DOH, Your Honor, Mr. President, for the national
DOH?
agency, Your Honor.
DOH?
Augmentation.
Yes, yes. No. So, in effect, kung maging law ito, si BHW will deal with two entities. Para sa original allowance niya or honorarium, kukunin muna niya din sa LGU. Pero since less than 3,000 ito, pupunta naman siya ngayon sa DOH to get the balance, to make it entero 3,000. Ganun po yung ating na ini-envision.
That is correct, Honor, Mr. President. Actually, hindi lang po yung municipality. Meron pa hong province minsan eh. No? Like Cebu, for instance, is giving allowance or honoraria to their BHWs. No? But there are still some municipalities or barangays that are really poor that still hindi pa rin umaabot doon sa pinopropose natin na 3,000 standard.
Tinitignan ko lang, Mr. President, how this works. So, punta naman tayo sa Cebu. So, posible ba sa Cebu, si barangay health worker who is working siyempre sa municipality, yun eh, barangay o municipality, kukuha siya ng allowance niya sa munisipyo, and then may allowance din siya, kunin niya sa provincial capital? Ganun po ba? Is that what is happening now on the ground?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Ganon?
Cebu is, from what I gathered, because I attended their BHW convention, I think 2 years ago, and I was told that the province is giving allowance or honoraria to their BHWs to augment what the barangays or the LGUs are already giving.
So, hindi. Yung real life, tinitignan ko lang po yung real life experience natin BHW. So they really get their allowance or honorarium from two entities. Ganun po ba yan? So they get kunyari example, 300 from the barangay, 500 from the municipio, and then si Capitolio will give them another 500? Posible yun?
Yes, that is possible, Your Honor.
And then
it is happening.
If this becomes law, they go to DOH to get their additional amount? Is that the plan? Is that the plan, Mr. President?
Well, according to the standard for all BSWs, to, but it happens, no, na tama kayo, no, sa barangay, sa municipality, and the province augments. So in our case, what we are looking at really are the 3rd to 5th class municipalities, barangays that really ito yung pang-low income, no, talagang mababa. So we're hoping to augment na standardized
So,
to 3,000.
So sa panukalang batas natin, pagka first class to second class municipality ka, as far as augmentation of the allowance or honorarium is concerned, hindi ka covered. Klaro yon.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, because based on data, yung mga cities, first and second class municipalities are able to at least give an honoraria that you can say that is decent enough, no, na hindi naman 200 pesos or 400 pesos.
Saan po sa bill yung hindi na natin pag-uusapan yung extension of or the giving of honorarium sa when you are a second class to a first class municipality? Na anong section po?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, it's in section 15 of the bill, yung pong BHW deployment subsidy to low-income municipalities. Section 15 po. Yung initial po natin, the proposal is 3,000. And then hopefully, if the national government can already afford, then hopefully we can increase kung kakayanin po.
So what happens pala? What happens to section 14 subparagraph I, yung monthly honoraria? Wala itong pag binasa po natin itong section 14 paragraph I, wala po itong impression na limited lang ito sa 3rd to 5th class municipalities.
Page 10, line 6 to, ito po, 6 to 18. Yan po explanation niya. So, sharing po yung mga barangay, municipality, and province, pag kulang pa sa 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Your Honor, Mr. President, doon po sa section 14, from line 6 to 18. Nandito po yung page 10, no? Ito po yung sa section 14. Nandito po yung yung provision on the monthly honoraria and cash gift. It's stated here po how the cities, municipalities, and barangays within the jurisdiction would give the honoraria. And then doon po sa section 15 pag talagang kulang pa ho, no? That's why we included this. If it doesn't reach the minimum standard that we are hoping for in 3,000, hopefully sa low-income municipalities, that's when the subsidy of the national government will come in, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kasi sa ngayon talaga, as I mentioned earlier, minsan tatlo po yung pinagkukunan, no? As we discussed earlier. From province to the barangay.
So ito pong section 14, subparagraph I, or paragraph I, section 14A, I, paragraph A, subparagraph I, ito po yung sentence. A monthly honorarium of not less than 3,000 pesos for registered BHWs and not less than 5,000 pesos for certified BHWs, etc. Kanino pala ito naka-address? Sino po magko-comply dito?
Dito po, ito yun na po. Sa tatlong barangay.
Yung sino nagsiset ng ang tanong niya. Your Honor, Mr. President, According to Section 14, yun, with the monthly honoraria, it will be shared by the province, the barangay, and the municipality, Mr. President. Tapos, papasok na lang po doon sa Section 15. If it's still not, it will not reach the 3,000 peso floor that we are trying to propose, then that's when the deployment of the subsidy would come in, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, pag tinanong ko na po ang budgetary impact nito, ang pinakamalaking budgetary impact nito would be yung tinatawag mo nating deployment. Yun yung BHW deployment subsidy. That is it. The budgetary impact is not, on the national government, is not caused by the floor of 3,000 for the registered BHWs and the floor of 5,000 pesos for the certified BHWs. Walang budgetary impact yun sa national. Yun po ba? Ang budgetary impact is dun sa BHW deployment subsidy. Tama po ba ako?
Your Honor, Mr. President, we did some pencil pushing. Funding is the main issue, Your Honor, Mr. President. But based on the BHW registry of 253,000 BHWs, kung halimbawa po may monthly honorary na 3,000 pesos, the annual funding requirement medyo malaki-laki ho, about 9.1 billion, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Did you in computing the 9.1 billion pesos, did the sponsor and his resource persons limit themselves to third, fourth, and fifth class municipalities?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them, that this computation is for all BHWs, Mr. President. So, sa lahat po.
Why did we do it that way, Mr. President? Akala ko ba ang ating subsidy ay for third, fourth, and fifth class municipalities?
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's the computation that we are asking from DBM right now, so that we can, so that this measure can be feasible, Your Honor, Mr. President. No? Hiningi namin yung data na kung pong third to fifth class municipalities, registered BHWs will be covered na honoraria. So we're still waiting for that data, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kasi so ito po, total kasi ito yung 253,000.
Ayaw rin natin kasi i-announce, Mr. Sponsor, and Congresswoman is here. I am assuming Congresswoman Ko is the main author of the counterpart measure in the House. Ayaw naman natin i-announce na may ganyan, pero hindi pala lahat covered. So dapat klaro tayo kung ano. So, since I've already mentioned the House Bill, ang sabi ng committee report natin, taking into consideration House Bill number 6557, just in case the sponsor is familiar with the House Bill, ano naman po anong difference po ni House Bill sa ating committee report bill? Magna Carta din po ba yung House Bill?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Same title.
Magna Carta din. Sige.
Asa yung benefits? Mas malaki. House Bill daw. Saan dito? Saan dito daw? Your Honor, Mr. President, ito yung sa incentives and benefits from the House Bill, yung monthly honoraria in the amount of not less than 3,000 pesos subject to adjustment based on prevailing market value. May hazard allowance in an amount to be determined by the local head board of the LGU, which in no case shall be less than 1,000 pesos per month. And then may subsistence allowance pa ho, no? Na equivalent to the meals they take in the course of their duty, which shall be computed in accordance with prevailing conditions as determined by
Sige
the
po,
LGU.
I see them, I see subsistence allowance also in our Senate bill. So, basically, magkamukha kasi magnakarta siya. So Mr. President, para lang ma-appreciate talaga natin, kasi into the billions siguro ang budgetary implication nito, na pwede naman bumaba less than 9.1 billion kung third and fourth and fifth talaga
is
yung
correct.
Pwede po ba natin lang ma-describe ano po ba ang mga role or tasks or responsibilities ng mga BHWs para makita natin how critical they are at saka dapat hanapan talaga natin ng resources para ma-fund po natin itong Magna Carta for BHWs, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, under this bill, ito po yung kanila pong magiging role. It will be defined as a healthcare service provider to assist in the health facilities in providing primary healthcare services to the members of the community, as a health educator to provide knowledge and skills to community members in the prevention and management of simple illnesses, as a community organizer to organize and mobilize the community towards self-reliance, and as record keeper to assist in the development and maintenance of a community health profile and collect and collate health data and information of families and individuals in the community. So in simple terms, our BHWs are tasked to help everyone in the community become healthy, to teach everyone how to be protected from sicknesses and illnesses and safe from injuries. So ito po yung apat na base, yung kanipang roles under this measure, Your Honor.
With the permission of the minority leader, if I may. How do you become a registered or a certified BHW, if I may ask?
Your Honor, Mr. President, they apply from the local in the local health board, and then they will be subject to training,
Okay,
Mr. President.
So how many days do they train? At saan sila nagtitrain? Sa LGUs?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the training is a minimum of 5 days, and it is conducted by TESDA and DOH, Your Honor, Mr. President. And likewise, in this bill, and likewise, Mr. President, in the measure that we are proposing, there will be security of tenure already for the BHWs.
All right. If you finish the 5-day training, you are already a registered BHW or a certified BHW?
Registered BHW.
So how do you become a certified BHW?
After 2 years, Your Honor, Mr. President, they will have to undertake another training. And
So what
then
kind
they
of
will be
training is
certified.
this, aside from the 5-day training to become a registered BHW?
Yung certification, second.
Sorry ko. Sorry.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOH, after 2 years, because of they already expected to be experienced, so they will already be certified, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So
Wala
there's
na akong
no
training.
need to undergo any training whatsoever.
Meron po parang specialization, Your Honor, according to them, meron na akong specialization training, Mr. President.
Specialization training, what is this specialization training? To train them to be like caregivers? Am I correct?
Mr. President, according to the DOH, sometimes they have special training to be assistant, for example, assistant to the midwife, assistant to the nurse. So may mga ganun po silang specialization training,
So
Mr. President.
do they have to have a assessment or certification from TESDA to be a certified BHW?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the local health board will be the one to assess using DOH standards before they will be certified, Mr. President.
So the local health board in each LGUs?
That is correct, Mr. President.
All right. You mentioned earlier there are 253,000 BHWs. Am I correct? Nationwide?
That is correct.
So itong 253,000, this is composed of the registered and certified? Or registered lang or certified lang?
Ang tawag po ngayon, Mr. President, is accredited. And registered and accredited BHWs, Mr. President.
Iba pa yung accredited sa registered? So, what is the difference between accredited and certified or registered?
Yung accredited po based on the length of service, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yung certifications are based on competence.
Of course, yung pag-certified naman po, it will now be, Mr. President, based on competence.
And the registered, yung mga less experienced. Less
Yes,
experienced.
Mr. President, that's correct.
Thank you, Senator JV. Minority Leader. Thank you for...
Okay, so
giving
yes,
your
Mr.
time.
President, so mga last few points na lang. Anyway, this is non-controversial naman ito actually. Gusto namin bigyan kayo ng mga upgraded honoraria or allowances, except that gusto namin maging realistic. We do not want also to mislead people with over promises, Mr. President. Nabanggit kanina ang posibleng trabaho ng BHW to assist the nurse. Kumusta si nurse? Nalagaan naman natin as far as ano ba si nurse? May sweldo? Sweldado si nurse? O may honorarium o allowance? Kumusta naman siya?
They are receiving salary,
Salary.
Mr. President.
Kanina, to assist the midwife. Kumusta si midwife? May salary, may allowance o honorarium?
Yes, Your Honor, they are more often than not nakaplantilla po yan. Midwives, nurses.
So, salaries yun. Salaried. Okay. Ngayon, Mr. President, dahil sa Rotarian ako, meron kaming eradication of polio drive at nakikita ko yung mga efforts sa ibang bansa ito na may umiikot and they vaccinate they vaccinate. So kunyari sa Pilipinas, there will be an immunization drive and it's a vaccination by injection. Can the BHWs do it? Are they authorized or allowed to do it? No.
No, Your Honor, Mr.
they are not.
President, it's the nurses that are allowed to...
If the immunization is vaccination through drops, meron ganun, di ba? Drops. Are the BHWs allowed to do it?
Your Honor, Mr. President, they can only assist. Hanggang ang nurse po talaga ang
Nurse
pwede.
talaga.
Apo.
Okay. So,
Nurse or midwife.
okay, so siguro pag-aralan na lang din natin yung sa barangay level or sa LGU level, nurse to population ratio, and then BHW to nurse ratio kasi sila yung mga nag-assist sa mga nurse. In writing na lang po, I mean, because I'm sure maybe you're not prepared with the information, with that ratio, Mr. President.
Yes, we will...
So critical. So critical si nurse because siya yung critical action. Siya lang ang authorized by law to do it magiging palang malpractice ata yun if the unauthorized person can do it. But siyempre mas familiar sa lugar, sa terrain ng lugar, pati siguro sa mga residents. Kilala si barangay health workers. So sila ang tsaka sila yung preparatory work siguro para pagdating na ni nurse handa na magpa-vaccinate yung mga gusto or yung mga
That is correct,
nangangailangan.
Mr. President. Our BHWs really serve as our foot soldiers, no? In fact, more often than not, they, as I mentioned earlier, they perform tasks or duties beyond of what is asked of them. Madalas, nung nag-mayor ho kami ng presiding officer, sila Senator Gatchalian, may mga pakiusap kami kahit na hindi po nila trabaho, ginagawa rin po nila, no? Kasi po, they're also community organizers, Your Honor, Mr. President. So talagang, as foot soldiers, I think they are really the most undercompensated among the government workers, and sila po yung masipag talaga, no? Naarawan, naulanan, nakakagat na aso, hinahabol minsan. Ganyan po sila because they really immerse in the different barangays, Mr. President.
Yes, I totally agree with the sponsor. Of course, I also became a mayor. Marami rin na kaming pinagagawa na hindi na nila sakop. No? Kaya siguro, palagi ko, kulang itong 3,000. Kailangan dagdagan po siguro, no?
Your Honor, Mr. President, we're hoping kung kakayanin lang, why not, no? Our ideal is, sabi nga natin 5,000, but in reality, as a start, Mr. President, sabi nga nila, 3,000 would already be enough as a start. Kasi nga po, meron pang 200, 400, 500 pesos a month. So, that cannot give a decent life, at least, no, for any BHW. So, at least kung maitas mo na natin, then later on, if we can already afford, no, then I think it's just right if we can compensate the sacrifices being done by our BHWs, Mr. President.
So, yes, Mr. President, ulitin ko sinabi ko kanina, hindi naman to talaga controversial bill. Magna Carta nga ito, so para may, all about BHWs, all the rules, laws about BHW, dito tayo titingin. Standards nila, dito tayo titingin. So it's just a matter of finding the resources so that whatever we commit dito ay mabigay po talaga. We do not want another unfunded legal provision or legal mandate, Mr. President.
Yes,
Lalo na rito sa mga ito dapat hindi natin ma-disappoint, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's why we've been very careful about this. No? Madali hong mga ako eh. Ang ganda ho ng batas, no? It's a happy bill. Kung gusto lang natin, ipapasa natin. But we want to make sure, we always want to make sure in the Senate that no matter how complicated, no matter how ambitious a measure is, we want to make sure in the Senate that we will have corresponding funding. Kahit yung pong Universal Healthcare Act, no? Alam po ni Senator Risa yan, we were co-authors. It's a very challenging, it's a very ambitious measure, but meron ho tayong pinagkunan, yung sin taxes, PAGCOR, PCSO. So ito naman po, kaya nga in-explain ko po sa mga BHW Federation, ayaw ho natin ipasa basta-basta na wala ho tayong pagkukunan. That's why we are very careful. We're waiting for the DBM's computation do po sa 3rd to 5th class municipalities before we would really want to complete the process, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kasi sabi ko, madali natin ipasa ito kung gusto lang natin. But if there's no funding, para hulang tayong nangako, no, na sinulat sa yelo na matutunaw din. So we want to make sure, just as how we did it with the UHC, we want to make sure that we can get funding for the BHWs, Your Honor. Sabi ko nga marami naman, kung pwede lang, malaki-laki naman yung pondo sa mga ayuda, baka pwedeng tumapyas ng konti. Ito talagang nagtatrabaho, Your Honor, Mr. President. Deserving na sila'y mabigyan.
Siguro you
Di
can
ba?
make representations with the Department of Budget and Management kung ano talaga yung maximum na pwede nilang ibigay sa ating mga BHWs all over the country.
Yes, Mr. President, that's we are waiting for that. And during the LEDAC, which we attended, Your Honor, Mr. President, the President instructed the DBM to make the computations, no, for this before we really pass it, no. Kaya ngayon po sinabi ko sa kanila na gusto natin masigurado na muna na meron po tayong pagkukunan na pondo.
Ito po, Mr. President, I will address to the sponsor for his possible exploration. I talked to Congresswoman Stella Kimbo yesterday.
Your party mate?
Yes, my candidate for mayor in Marikina, Mr. President. She pointed out to me, tignan na lang po natin ito just to study it very well. She pointed out to me that the tax rate for vapes, are much lower than tax rates for cigarettes. So, kung kunyari, agree tayo na that should not be the case, therefore, pwedeng pataasan si tax rates for vapes. and heated tobacco products, yung the non-traditional substitutes for cigarette smoking. So yun. So that meron pong yield yun. If we increase the tax rates, meron additional revenue for the government.
Yes, that would
Maybe
be will be welcome, Your Honor, Minority Leader. As a matter of fact, we tax the tobacco products, sugar, sweetened beverages, alcohol. Sin tax, vapes should be considered as
We are taxing
silver
vapes
product.
naman, pero
Mababa.
pinumpara. So tinignan relative to the tax rates for cigarettes. So yun lang po yun. So
I think
maybe
they should be
if-
taxed accordingly. Na dapat medyo taasan po natin kasi considered ano to eh.
So pinapakita natin sa mga
Bisyo po ito eh.
BHWs, ha? BHWs.
That's correct.
May Magna Carta, may additional benefits kayo. Hanapan namin ng solusyon saan kukunin yung resources needed to comply with the benefits under the Magna Carta. At ito na, I'm indicating one possible source. I hope we all entertain that idea, Mr. President. Okay, so
Yes, Mr. President, actually yun yung difference ng ano no. I think sa Senate, that's why kaya medyo natagalan tayo. Yung po, dinidefine we want to define where the sources, the source of the compensation for the BHWs. Kaya po medyo, doon po tayo medyo natatagalan. So, at least yun po yung inaantay po natin. Hopefully with the, maganda naman po. And I think we'll take note of what Congresswoman Stella Kimbo is suggesting. No? Ako, naging ano ko rin yan. In fact, si Congresswoman Kimbo during the incidentally during the passage of the sin taxes yata no she was my consultant before no before she became a congresswoman, so parang siya po yung nag-ano sa amin niya sa sin taxes at that time and other economic and health measures, Your Honor. So maganda po yan and we'll take note of that.
sige po. So I think our interpellation, our discussion has been comprehensive enough, no? Na-cover na natin yung most important part. Kasi yun naman, yung iba kasi, ano naman yun? Legal protection for BHWs, okay po yun. Standards, okay po yun. It's just this promise of the allowance and the honorarium na we have to really deliver, Mr. President. So, with that, Mr. President, this presentation is terminating his interpellation, and I'd like to congratulate our sponsor. Talagang passionate po siya rito, and I still remember sa LEDAC, just for the information of the BHWs, sa LEDAC meeting, bringing up po ito ni Senator JB Ercito at pinaglaban niya sa LEDAC. And LEDAC po means Congress plus the President. Andun siya. So I still distinctly remember the meeting na nag-attend ako. Si Senator JB was explaining this measure as well as really pushing for it. So, Mr. President. So, magtulungan lang po tayo, and in that way, matutulungan din po natin yung ating mga BHWs. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, Senator Zubiri.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, di po ako mag-interpolate dito sa panukalang ito. Alam niyo po, Mr. President, for the record, since 1998 ko pa final itong Magna Carta for BHWs. Congressman pa po ako at that time in 1998 for 3 terms. Paulit-ulit ko po fina-file ito noong 2007 nung ako po yung pinalat at nakapunta sa Senado. Na-file ko din po ito, Mr. President. At hanggang ngayon po, I'm also a principal co-author of this measure. Napakahalaga po nito dahil nung ako po batang kongresista, Mr. President, and like our good sponsor, Senator JV, was also a congressman for a while, yung kapartner natin sa barangay, mga BHW. So totoo lang po, ang pagpunta natin sa iba't ibang barangay, I used to do barangay consultation. We have 186 barangays in the 3rd District of Bukidnon. Rural po yan. Alam niyo yung go-to na tao po sa barangay ay mga BHW. Pag may sakit si tatay, may sakit si nanay, ang tinatakbuhan po nila BHW. Pag may kinagat ng aso, ang tinatakbuhan po ng mga kabataan ng BHW. Pag nagkaroon ng bungguan po, ang tumutulong sa ating BPO at Bantay Bayan, lalo na pag may aksidente, ang BHW. And so on and so forth, pwede kong banggitin po kung gaano ka-importante ang BHW sa larangan ng public service, no? Public service, honest to goodness public service sa ating mga kababayan down to the barangay level. Minsan nga, nung panahon na yun, marami pa pong NPA sa Bukidnon. Umaakyat po ako sa Kisawa, sa Quezon, dun sa amin, sa Quezon, Bukidnon. Pinagsasabihan po kami, bawal magdala ng military, bawal magdala ng PNP o armado. So ako, umakyat ako, kasama ko, BHW ng barangay. Sila po ang nagbabantay sa akin noon. Kasi mahal na mahal po ng mga kababayan natin ng mga BHW. That's why I am so happy na umabot na po sa plenaryo ng Senado ang ating panukala na bigyan ng parangal at bigyan ng benefits at bilang hustisya na rin sa ating mga BHW sa lahat ng trabaho na binibigay nila sa ating mga kababayan. Kulang nga yung allowance eh. Hindi sapat po yung allowance. Hindi lamang allowance kailangan nila. Pati dapat isama din natin sila sa iba't ibang mga benepisyo ng gobyerno like PhilHealth, like insurance. Dapat siguro meron tayong mekanismo na pag-graduate ng BHW, meron din silang matatanggap sa gobyerno. Hindi lamang po na thank you lamang na pagkatapos ng serbisyo nila na ilang taon, I've attended the retirement of many BHWs doon sa amin sa probinsya ng Bukidnon. Biro mo, 30 years of service as a BHW, certificate lang ibibigay ng gobyerno sa kanila. Certificate? Napakasakit. Kaya po, kung pwede pa natin dagdagan ng mga benepisyo dito sa panukalang ito during the period of amendments, I am 1,000% in support of the measure. Mabuhay po ang ating mga BHW. May God bless you all. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Subir. And if I can just make a quick interjection, ako po, natutuwa din po ako at malapit na po maging batas itong Magna Carta para sa ating mga barangay health workers dahil nung ako po ay Secretary ng Public Works, nakita ko talaga ang trabaho nila nung nagkaroon tayo ng COVID crisis. At sila talaga yung ating mga frontliners at katulad ng ibang colleagues natin, katulad ni Senator Subiri, Senator JV, Senator, lahat po ng ating mga colleagues, sinusuportan ko po ang panawagan na bigyan ng dagdag na benepisyo. Ako, I'm in full support also and kung magkakaroon po ng motion na para madagdagan po ang benepisyo ng ating mga barangay health workers, I also support 100%. And I'd also, for the record, I'd like to request our author, if I can also be included as one of the co-authors of this bill.
Yes,
thank you very much.
That's very much welcome,
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
I just want to put on record for the majority leader, for the majority leader, my Senate bill is Senate Bill number 84. Yan yung Barangay Health Workers Benefits Act. Hindi, ang principal si Loren, nauna sa akin. Pero ang I am Senate Bill number 84.
Thank you.
Happy po ako. Maraming salamat po, sponsor.
And I'd like to thank our colleagues for the support for this measure. Ambitious it may be, but I think it's just proper to give proper compensation for our BHW. Sabi ko nga kanina, ang challenge dito yung funding, no? But if we can give ayuda, may AIX tayo dyan, may AKAP, at iba-iba pa na ilang bilyon, no? Ito wala rin hong return. At least ito po talagang they are our foot soldiers and they are part of the preventive measure of the universal healthcare kasi nga po tinuturuan nila ang ating mga kababayan na maging healthy, no? So at least ito may returns, may service in return. So yung mga things that we can consider, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2838.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2920 under Committee Report number 438. This is the bill amending Republic Act number 7309, an act creating the Board of Claims under the Department of Justice. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco-Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think no one has manifested any intention to interpolate. But can I make a manifestation just to inform this chamber, Mr. President? Since ina-amend na rin natin itong law on the Board of Claims as well as most especially the benefits, I plan to radically change the point of view of this bill, of this law, Mr. President. Kasi sa ngayon, the case of Muhammad Said, Tatay Muhammad Said, which was brought to our attention by Senator Robin Padilla, would not be compensable sa ngayon under present law. Because although deprived of liberty, not convicted at the first level or second, not at the first stage of the criminal proceedings. Present law requires that you have been deprived of liberty and then not charged, or deprived of liberty and then convicted at the first instance and then reversed or acquitted on appeal. So we have to change this perspective and be liberal, generous enough to cover the situation of Tatay Muhammad Said, so that though all those deprived of liberty, because the state filed a criminal case against them, although not convicted and then not convicted by the trial court, should also receive compensation in the Board of Claims. So that will now be the direction of the some of the amendments that I will be introducing during the period for individual amendments, Mr. President. So yun po yung gagawin natin, and then yung iba nandun naman sa committee report na measure na natin, yung allowing the filing of the claim remotely, extending the period for filing the claim, andun na po lahat yan. Okay, so we just find it parang unjustifiable that we will require a conviction first at the trial level before we will compensate. Basta na-deprive ka ng liberty, state ang nag-deprive ng liberty sa iyo eh. So state should compensate you. So that is the plan, Mr. President. So thank you for the time given to the sponsor for this manifestation, and since there is no one else to interpolate, Mr. President, so I move that through the majority leader that if we could close the period for interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2920.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Brother, you're next. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2900 under Committee Report number 430. This is the bill on the Special Defense Economic Zone. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 2025 as our working draft, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri III, and later on, Senator Aquilino Coco-Pimentel, to introduce their individual amendments.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Zubiri and Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm Juan Miguel Zubiri Sr. The junior is my son. I think it's Coco Pimentel III. He made a mistake, but it's okay,
Sorry,
Mr. President.
my apologies.
No worries. No, it was Senator JVU mentioned that I was the third.
Okay.
But I'll just read the amendments of Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Floor Leader, Mr. President. The first amendment is on page 3, section 3, after lines 15. Insert a new paragraph to read as follows. This is our committee amendment, our individual amendment, Mr. President, but this is not the Senator Coco, so I'll read this after. The amendments as follows. The areas covered by SPEDEZ, including its expansion areas, excluding the 70-hectare area maintained by the government arsenal, shall be owned by SPEDEZA and be titled in its name. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
And these are the amendments of our distinguished minority floor leader. On page 11, delete lines 25 to 30 and insert the phrase that the DENR shall continue to have primary authority and responsibility on the environment protection, on the protection of the environment, provided, finally, that the monitoring and issuance of permits, certificates, clearances, and all other environment-related issuances shall remain under its jurisdiction. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
On page 13, line 1, insert a new paragraph. The President shall appoint 1/3 of the board members from the list submitted by the Government Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, or GCG. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
Mr. President, on page 16, line 12, delete the phrase $200,000 and insert the phrase $250,000. And also still on page 16, after line 12, delete the word registered and insert the word SPEZA registered. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
On page 19, after line 31, after 3 billion pesos, insert the phrase no par shares with a minimum issue of 10 pesos each. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is hereby adopted.
That is all, Mr. President. We have no further amendments. Senator Ontiveros, Mr. President, I believe has an amendment.
Yes, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor, Mr. President.
Yes, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader is hereby recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. In line with my manifestation last night, good sponsor, kung maaari ko lang pong ihabol, based on the clean copy, a proposed amendment on page 2 in section 3, line 22, that instead of the term internal security, that the term public safety be used. Good sponsor. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, we have accept subject to style, Mr. President, but we have accept wholeheartedly.
Yes, is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is hereby adopted.
Salamat, Mr. President. Salamat.
Thank you very much,
Kaayo, good
Madam.
sponsor.
I'd just like to interject this representation. Would also like to be, if I can request the author to also make me a co-author of this Senate bill.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to our Majority Floor Leader. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2900. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2900. Ikaw ba?
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62. This is the bill on the Reserve Officers Training Corps or the ROTC Act.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62 is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume that period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocop-Mintel III.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of interpellation is in order. Our birthday celebrant, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and Senator
Mr. President,
Senator Coco Pimentel.
a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Again, Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquino
Yes,
Pimentel.
hearing no objection, resumption of the period of interpellation is in order. Senators De La Rosa and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Mahirap code yun eh. Code yun sa'yo. Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor, we can commence with our interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President.
And can I make of record that this is my birthday gift to the birthday celebrant, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. Minority Leader, maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Mr. President, does the sponsor intend to file a bill substituting the bill attached to the committee report? Is there any plan to do that? A substitute bill?
No,
No,
Your Honor.
Sige po, so we will be interpolating on the committee report version of the bill, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we are now talking about mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of the Reserve Officers Training Corps Program in higher educational institutions and technical vocational institutions. Isn't the ROTC program already institutionalized as of the moment, Mr. President? As an option in the, what is that program? NSTP, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
So nandyan na siya. And then it is, I think, one of, how many NSTP? 3? One of the 4 programs under NSTP, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So it's already institutionalized. So what do we want to achieve with this bill, Mr. President? What changes are we after?
We want to,
What are the 4?
we want to, we want to repeal the NSTP law, Mr. President, and change it with the mandatory ROTC law, Mr. President.
So yung mga options under NSTP ay mawawala and there will be no more NSTP, ROTC na. Ganun po.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hindi po ba before the NSTP was devised, yun po yung situation? It was once upon a time ROTC?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then something terrible happened, I think, Mr. President, which forced lawmakers, decision makers to come up with an NSTP program.
Yes, Mr. President. Yeah.
So why are we returning to the old system when the new system seems to be working, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the present system is not really working as envisioned by the legislators who crafted the law, Mr. President, because there seems to be problem with the NSTP law and its implementation. Among other objectives, the intent of the NSTP law is to generate 2 types of reserves. ROTC graduates as military reserves for the AFP and CWTS and the LTS graduates to be the reserves of the national and local DRRMC as members of the National Service Reserve Corps. The training and accounting of the ROTC graduates since 2002 is continuing, and in most instances, the expected role of NSRC as community first responders is performed by the AAP reserves. The NSTP has not provided the appropriate skills training for their expected roles as members of the NSRC. The CHED recognized the inherent flaws of the NSTP, which includes, among others, the following. A. First, the law itself failed to provide even an overview of the minimum contents the current NSTP should offer. It simply mandated the establishment of the NSTP and defined the three components: ROTC, Civic Welfare Training Service, and Literacy Training Service programs, but does not describe what the program should contain. Second, the NSTP law fails to provide standards to ensure uniform knowledge and skills of graduates which can be tapped in times of disasters, crises, or emergencies. In fact, one report even reported that one CWT's class conducted in a UP merely taught the students origami. Finally, the NSTP law does not have a clear grievance mechanism that would ensure that abuses are prevented or properly addressed. This was likewise cited by the good minority leader in his explanatory note for Senate Bill number 1322, which he filed in 2017. Ano yun? Mr. President.
1322. May we know what that Senate Bill 1322 is, Mr. President?
Ano to?
Way back in 2017?
ROTC bill.
ROTC.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
President, ROTC bill.
So, Mr. President, there is no perfect law. So actually, the ROTC program before was also gravely or seriously defective, which led to that terrible incident in UST, Mr. President. So, if the NSTP is not a perfect law, how come we are not amending the NSTP so that it will be a better law, Mr. President?
This is this would repeal that law, Mr. President. So it changes everything.
Why are we easily giving up on the NSTP? Kung marami siya mga butas o shortcomings, why not just amend the NSTP law, but then preserve the options of civic welfare training service and literacy training service? Unless we really say that those two services are not important, inconsequential, irrelevant, Mr. President?
That's according to CHED, Mr. President. Tagal talagang walang nangyari sa mga kwan na yan, yung mga programs na yan, yung mga services na yan. Dahil nga, ang purpose talaga, bakit sila ginawa? Para sila ang magiging civilian component ng reserves. But then again, until now, after how many years of existence, wala pa rin silang may na-submit na mga listahan ng reservists under this program. At every time merong disaster na mangyayari, ang palaging nagagamit yung mga produkto ng ROTC, hindi talaga na-mobilize, never pa na-mobilize itong produkto ng NSRC or National Service Reserve Corps, who are products of CWTS or Civic Welfare Training Service and the Literacy Training Service. So parang it did not serve its purpose, Mr. President.
So the assumption is that if our students are failing to register as civilian reservists, they would willingly register as military reservists?
No, it's not military reservists, Mr. President. They're civilian reservists, National Service Reserve Corps. Still Reserve Corps, but civilian in nature,
That's
not
the
military.
yes, that's the intention of the NSTP.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then the sponsor says that the NSTP law is a failure.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
because it has failed to generate the reservists under the NSRC.
Yes,
Kaya
Mr.
nga,
President.
so then we will abandon it, replace it with ROTC, which will now generate military reservists. So is the assumption that if the students are not so eager to be civilian reservists, they will willingly be military reservists? Is that our assumption?
Well, we are crafting a national policy, Mr. President, that kinakailangan talaga natin na mayroon tayong reserve force, Mr. President. Kaya nga natin ito na lumabas ito dahil merong calls, merong nakikita ating pangangailangan na kailangan talaga meron tayong reserve. Kasi kung magpapatuloy itong NSTP, less and less youth are enrolling ROTC. Doon sila sa NSTP nag-enroll dahil very simple ang trabaho doon. In fact, halos walang trabaho. Relaxing sila doon. So, are we training our youth for their future kung ganito? Turuan natin yung ating mga kabataan maging lazy, maging tamad na ayaw ihanda ang sarili for number one, for defense purposes, disaster purposes, yung para maging patriotic sila, maging nationalistic, at para magiging civic-minded na mga tao. So, we are defeating the purpose of training the youth kapag magpatuloy itong programa, Mr. President. Parang walang pupuntahan. In fact, the CHED itself, talaga, inamin nila na wala silang klarong programa dito sa dalawang services na ito. Military is organized and can train manpower properly for times of disaster and war, Mr. President. That we have to prepare.
And even at peacetime, may role ang military. Sa engineering brigade na lang ninyo, pwedeng gamitin sila actually. Even at peacetime.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, okay lang po yung Mr. President. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin is, when the students have a free choice, tatlo ang pinapili sa kanila, ang feedback sa atin ng ating sponsor is that talo si ROTC. The students have not been choosing ROTC, so they are not attracted to ROTC. Why don't we just amend the NSTP law and make that choice of ROTC more attractive for students to freely choose, hindi yung because they have no other choice because minandato na natin. I think that's the intention of our bill.
Correct, Mr. President.
So,
yes.
how come, bakit po ganun approach natin? Bakit tayo nag-give up easily? So, why can we not make that strand, the ROTC strand under the NSTP law, more attractive for the students to choose voluntarily and freely, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, siguro nag-iba na yung mindset ng kabataan ngayon. Gusto na lang talaga mag-relax. So, kukunti na lang ang nag-enroll sa ROTC. Kahit na pagandahin mo pa yung ROTC, kaya nga tayo nag-decide na gagawing mandatory ito dahil nga with the threat that we are facing right now sa West Philippine Sea, just in case lumaki itong problema natin, who can we call on? Sino mamobilize natin pag, halimbawa, talagang kinakailangan na magkakaroon ng large-scale na shooting war, magkaroon ng large formal invasion. Apart from our active, our regular AAP units, which is napakakunti lang, we have to mobilize the civilians. So we can only prepare these people, our countrymen, through the ROTC program. There's no other way na we can prepare for them for defense purposes, disaster purposes. Talagang ROTC lang, the only way. And in fact, compared to other countries, mas maluwag nga tayo dito kung ROTC lang, through ROTC lang natin sila makukumpel to show their patriotism, to show their desire to defend this country. Sa ROTC program lang na nire-require natin sa higher educational institutions at saka sa technical vocational institutions. Hindi tayo nag-require ng doon sa high school na mas malaki yung population base doon. Dito tayo sa college. In fact, ang other countries is mandatory. Pagka 18 years old, you have to serve the military in order for you to become a reservist. And you can be called anytime kung kinakailangan ng gobyerno.
Actually, Mr. President, maraming mahilig or interesado to join the military reserves, Mr. President. Actually, marami akong kilala na they introduce themselves to be as reservists. We can really, I think we can attract those interested in being a military reservist if we just market it, Mr. President. Not force it, but market it. Kasi marami akong kilala na reservist sila eh. And they're very proud to be reservists. Hindi po yung mga military reservists na mga formal na may mga ranko na kino-confirm natin sa CA rito, but ito yung mga nasa communities, military reservists daw po sila.
But I think, Mr. President, we have to inculcate this value to the youth that loving your country doesn't need marketing. Loving your country is a requirement for you as a Filipino. You must be willing to die for this country. So we have to prepare these people, the youth, pagdating sa mga panahon na talagang hindi na maiiwasan. So anyway, preparation lang naman ito, Mr. President. We have to prepare them. And preparing them does not only mean na militarily prepared lang sila, kundi ma-prepare din sila sa disaster. They will develop leadership, personal discipline, loyalty to the country, patriotism, nationalism, yung civic welfare, civic mindedness, and spirit of voluntarism. Marami pong magagandang makukuha ng ating kabataan through the ROTC program, Mr. President. Kaysa sa present talaga, even the CHED, as I've said, talagang sabi nila, walang pupuntahan yung dalawang service NSTP. Under the NSTP law, yung Civic Welfare Training Service at saka yung Literacy Training Service, talagang wala silang maasahan. Dito lang sa ROTC, pero ang ROTC, kukunti na lang dahil nga meron silang option na mag-relax dito. And siguro, it is our duty as Filipinos na yung ating kabataan, i-train talaga natin sila na magiging ready sila anytime. Hindi lang sa pagdepensa sa ating bansa, kundi para sa kanilang sariling kapakanan. Ready sila. Kung may disaster, walang pinipili ang disaster, mabata ka man, malalaki, babae, bata, matanda, ay talagang tatamaan ka. So everybody should be prepared for any emergency. And that can be developed through the ROTC program.
Yes, but what we get from the sponsor is that this can only be love of country, civic preparedness, disaster preparedness, can only be developed through the ROTC program. Siguro yan po yung pwede nating i-dispute. Actually, yung mga objectives na yon o mga katangian na yon, mentioned actually yun sa NSTP law eh.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ngayon, change of law lang po tayo. Gawin ROTC law, all of a sudden, kaya nang gawin because it is an ROTC law sa NSTP law. Parehas ang objectives. Dinivide lang ito sa tatlong possible strands, Mr. President. So, ang problema ba ay dun sa implementor of the law? Yung ba ang problema? Is that what the sponsor is trying to tell us? Na pag military na nag-implement, sure na makakamit natin yung mga values and objectives na nakasulat sa batas. Pero nung pina-implement natin ito sa CHED at saka sa schools, walang nangyayari, hindi natin na-achieve.
Correct, Mr. President. That's the
So
real...
patay-patay ang CHED,
that's-
Mr. President.
that's-
The CHED as the supervisor and regulator of the higher education institutions, sila ang patay-patay.
Even that said itself, Mr. President, they are supporting this mandatory ROTC because according to them, talagang failure yung NSTP program, Mr. President. As far as these two, itong dalawa. Dahil nga sabi nila, hindi nga alam kung anong gagawin daw sa NSTP. Mayroon bang resource person na nagsabi na ang ginawa lang nila, origami. Gumawa ng origami. What can you learn from that?
Arts.
Arts o origami. Tapos na, graduate na sila sa program. So, pagdating sa disaster, paano nila magamit yung origami sa disaster? Hindi sila na-train. O kung atakihin tayo ng China, paano sila makatulong sa ating pagdepensa sa ating bansa kung origami lang ang alam nila? So, may problema talaga ang NSTP dahil nga, yung hindi nakalagay doon kung sa batas kung ano dapat ang laman ng program na yan.
Correct, Mr. President. Yun na nga. Well, anyway, we have a difference of opinion with the sponsor kasi nga we can provide the details ng NSTP. At saka actually, I'm sure may IRR mechanism yung batas na yan. I mean, some entity, some person, or some institution failed this year in the implementation of the NSTP. And I'm sure the sponsor has studied the NSTP law. At sabi niya, conclusion niya, it is a failure. If we are to blame an institution or entity, sino po yun, Mr. President, for the failure of the NSTP to become relevant to the life of the nation as per our sponsor?
Well, actually, Mr. President, kung dito tayo sa implementation, of course, it's a CHED. Pagdating naman doon sa pag-organize at possible mobilization ng national, mga reservists under the NSTP, hindi sa ROTC yung National Reserve Corps, it is the duty of the OCD, Office of Civil Defense. Ngayon, ang OCD naman ay nagrereklamo because walang kulang doon ng kulang ng kooperasyon ang local government units sa kanila. Hindi nag-cooperate, wala silang control sa mga local government units. So, merong lugar kung ang mayor mahilig sa aktibo sa reservists, na-organize yung mga National Reserve Corps na yan, pero yung may lugar din na hindi mahilig, pabayaan. So pagdating sa disaster, wala kang matawag, wala kang ma-mobilize na mga tao under this NSTP law outside of ROTC. Ang ma-organize mo lang, ma-mobilize mo, ay yung produkto ng ROTC. Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President, yung sabi, yung is military service the only way to be patriotic? I agree with you that hindi lang yan ang military, ang paraan para may pakita natin yung pagmamahal natin sa bayan to be patriotic. But military service is not the only way for citizens to show patriotism. But military training provides a strong foundation for citizenship training in terms of leadership, order and discipline, perseverance, and readiness. Further, the military organization is the most capable of organizing and mobilizing emergency personnel in mass in times of disasters, crises, and emergencies. Even under international humanitarian protocols, military units are deemed as first responders in any conflict or disaster areas. Our experience in Yolanda proves this true. The first group that arrived to help us were military units of our allies. Placing the program under the military establishment makes training, organization, and mobilization more aligned and practical, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, the ROTC program must be under the military establishment to run, Mr. President. Di ba sa ngayon, ganun yun? Yung ROTC strand sa NSTP law, is that run by the military?
Yes, Mr. President.
So it's a matter of attracting more students, Mr. President, to the ROTC, not making it mandatory. We used to make it mandatory. So what happened during the time when it was mandatory? What did we observe about our Reserve Corps, Mr. President?
We have a very strong and very credible reserve force, Mr. President, when it was mandatory. But right now, medyo halo ang ating reserve force because yun nga, hindi nire-require lahat ng mga estudyante.
Meron tayong figures po sa during the time when it was ROTC was mandatory and this time na optional. Do we have figures?
Right now, Mr. President, we don't have the figure and we will just submit to your office once we get that figure. And Mr. President, if I may, ito ngayon, during the NSTP, implementation ng NSTP law, ang mahirap dito, Mr. President, ang mga eskwelahan ay, although optional yung either mag-ROTC ka, or mag-CWTS ka, or Literacy Training Service, ang mga eskwela, Mr. President, karamihan sa kanila hindi na nag-o-offer ng ROTC. Ang ino-offer na itong dalawa lang na relaxing na strands. Yung iba hindi nag-offer. So, yan ang problema, kaya bumaba.
So Mr. President, nakita natin yung kahinaan ng batas. So we should plug that loophole, Mr. President. Wag natin, bakit naman parang naging optional ang third strand na ROTC? Sinabi ng batas, gawin nating 3 components ang NSTP program. And you have to implement the NSTP program with 3 complete components. That's possible, Mr. President. Kasi parang nakita natin yung kahinaan. So, parang I'm reminded of, ito po, Mr. President, kung mapacheck din sa mga abogado ng ating sponsor. Meron dati yung sa law school tour, sa equal protection clause ata yung probation law. Parang gano'n. I'm sure alam nito nila Attorney Bantog na yung provincial board may power siya to whether or not to ano ba yung sa probation law? Whether or not to implement the law. So sabi ng Supreme Court, hindi pwede yan. May national law, tapos iba-ibang implementation. Pwede siya available sa isang province, hindi siya available sa isang province, bawal yun. So ganito po pwede natin gawin ng NSTP law. Gawin nating mandatory, may 3 components siya. And all HEIs and TVIs must offer NSTP with 3 components. So why isn't that not possible, Mr. President, as an improvement to the current system?
Sa nakita ko, Mr. President, yung schools naman, since madali yung dalawang strands na i-implement, no? It's very relaxing. Nakikita rin siguro lang, Mr. President, na kukunti talaga ang mag-ROTC, kaya hindi na in-offer ang ROTC. Kaya dito na sila nag-concentrate. Since alam nila na may option ang estudyante. The root cause of the problem is not really doon sa eskwelahan na nag-offer na hindi, nag-offer sila nito o hindi sila nag-offer nito, kundi sa estudyante, nakita nila na bakit tayo mag-offer ng ROTC na kukunti lang naman nag-enroll dyan. So dito lang tayo mag-concentrate sa dalawa. Kasi basically, ang youth talaga gusto na mag-relax.
Pero Mr. President,
ayaw magmarcha-marcha, ayaw mag-uniforme. So yun ang nangyari ngayon.
In effect, inunahan eh. In effect, pinapayagan natin, unahan na ng school ang kanyang projection o prediction.
Correct.
Nagiging self-fulfilling prediction tuloy.
Correct.
Walang nag-ROTC kasi hindi mo in-offer. Di nagkatotoo yung prediction mo na mas madami ang papasok dito sa dalawang strands na ito kasi yung si third strand, ROTC, hindi mo in-offer. We should not allow that judgment call to be exercised by the HEIs, Mr. President. Kasi it must be a program, a complete program na kanilang i-offer. At saka, Mr. President, isa pa, baka pwede nating i-implement yung NSTP law na i-hybrid natin na hindi ka lang ma-expose, kahit pinili mo itong isang strand, ma-expose ka rin sa some of the competencies or objectives or values of the other components. Dapat ganun. Kasi para hindi ka lang, hindi ka lang nag-origami.
Yeah, Mr. President. Wow, first semester, ROTC ka. Second semester, WTS. Third semester, Literacy Training Service. Fourth semester, balik ka sa ROTC. Baka pwedeng ganun. Hybrid, kung gusto mo.
Look at NSTP, 2 sems. Mga ganun. Sana, ang point ko lang, Mr. President, but I am glad that the sponsor is appreciating our points na bumubukas din yung mind niya. We have so easily abandoned the NSTP system. Tinira natin siya na failure. Ang logical approach kasi niyan is, bakit ba siya failure? Saan ba yung mga loopholes? I-plug natin. Andiyan naman si ROTC. With all of the positive values and effects of the ROTC, of the mandatory ROTC, present na siya ngayon Pero sa optional ROTC program, Mr. President.
How about, Mr. President, my counter offer to you is like this. Bumalik tayo doon sa mandatory ROTC before the NSTP at i-plug natin ang holes bakit nagiging NSTP yung mandatory ROTC. Yung problema nun, di ba? Problema nun is talagang may nangamatay. May mga bata na nangamatay, abuso, hising, ganon. Now, meron tayong provision dito for the creation of the grievance board in every ROTC units na merong mutu-proprio mag-conduct sa ng investigation kapag merong abuso na nangyari sa unit na yan, sa ROTC unit na yan. So, I think yung problema nung the law before, yung mandatory ROTC prior to the NSTP law, ay ma-address natin.
My response, Mr. President, is that nakita kasi natin under the NSTP law that when our students, our youth are given free choice, less of them will freely choose the ROTC program. But sa tingin ko sufficient number pa rin yan if it is properly shown to them the benefits. Yun lang yung anong tawag mo doon, drawback. Yun lang yung negative po doon sa proposal, Mr. President, because we are forcing our young people to do some things na they would not voluntarily do, Mr. President. So, yun lang yun. But kung sa NSTP, they can really choose voluntarily anong gusto nila. But we make sure na yung tatlong yun, all will show love for country. They will not be waste of time. They will show, yung tatlong yun, will show your love for country, will make you prepared for something greater in life, not necessarily always a war, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but I just would like to appraise the good minority leader. The purpose of this ROTC program ay napakaganda po kung ating pakinggan. Number one, according to Section 5, the program of instructions of the basic ROTC will be guided by the following purposes and objectives. Ito yung kanyang objectives. Number one, to provide basic military and police training for students in order to motivate, train, organize, and utilize for national defense, preparedness, or civil military operations and law enforcement. So yan yung defense preparedness portion, yung military portion. Number two, to enhance the students' consciousness in the ethics of service, patriotism, and nationalism, respect for human rights, appreciation of the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country. strengthen ethical and spiritual values, and develop personal discipline and leadership. So ito, Mr. President, more on patriotism, nationalism, personal discipline, and leadership. Not really totally military. Number 3, to reinforce in students the values of civic-mindedness, volunteerism, and genuine service to others in order to be active participants and volunteers for the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, human and civil rights awareness, and law enforcement. Still, this is not a military component. Number 4, to provide the students with the practical and applicable knowledge and skills that are necessary, essential, and ideal for survival and providing service in times of emergencies and disasters, including disaster response operations, skills for search, rescue, and relief operations, and early recovery activities. So in short, Mr. President, ROTC program is not at all purely military. Marami pong laman sa PUI niya na hindi nakafocus sa military subjects, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, ang ganda nga nito, totality of the personality.
Correct, Mr.
Okay.
President.
So, kaya ang tanong ko nga, what is preventing us kung from incorporating itong ABCD of Section 5 of our draft in the current ROTC program under NSTP? So that makita ng mga estudyante, if I want to totally develop my total personality and preparedness, mag-ROTC ako. Ayoko na yung 2 other options, mag-ROTC ako. Kasi itong magandang programa, it will develop me as a total person. What is preventing us from offering that?
Yeah, correct, Mr. President. Sa atin siguro, sa ating generation, pwede nating tingnan yan, pero sa kabataan ngayon, talagang mas marami talaga ang gustong relaxing. Ayaw mag-ROTC. So kaya nga ginawa nating mandatory ROTC para matrain sila.
Mr. President, yung approach kasi natin, okay, mamandohan namin kayo, you will undergo total personality development. Bakit gawin na lang natin dito kayo sa ROTC program, meron total personality development. So walang mandatory nature, and the young people, I think, will vote with their feet and they will really enroll under the ROTC program. Given these 4 objectives na hindi lang nga siya military, total personality development, may leadership pa nga dyan. Although, siyempre, in reality, hindi naman pwede lahat maging leader. I don't even in a military institution, I don't think pwede lahat sila leader. Kailangan may follower, Mr. President. So yun lang po yung aking kanina pang point, Mr. President. It's the mandatory nature. Baka hindi ata angkop sa Pilipinas or sa panahon ngayon ang mandatory nature of even a total personality development program like the ROTC in our bill. Wag lang natin gawing mandatory, pero gawin natin available. There's no problem with making it available, Mr. President. What?
Well, if that would be the thinking of everyone, then I think pwede yan. So, balik. Wala na tayong mandatory ROTC. Babalik tayo sa NSTP law.
Okay. NSTP law, but the institutions required to offer NSTP are required to offer the 3 mandatory components of the NSTP.
Correct, Mr. President, but based on records, history-wise, since the implementation of NSTP, talagang less and less are joining the ROTC program. Wala na talagang gustong magpunta doon.
Mr. President, under current NSTP, ang ROTC, ano ang kanyang image? Purely military, siguro. Ito na nga yung ABCD, itong ABCD na Section 5 nga eh. which we will now highlight as the new components of the ROTC program. Is that possible, Mr. President?
Actually, Mr. President, these are not really new components of the current ROTC. Most of these are
No, less emphasized.
less emphasized.
Less emphasized.
Less emphasized.
Pag sinabi mong ROTC, military training. Sabi nung kabataan, bakit ako hindi wala akong career na gusto diyan. Gusto ko dito, sige, ito na, disaster preparedness, itong civic welfare. So, but if we improve, what if we improve in writing as well as in implementation, the purposes and objectives of the ROTC program under NSTP, improve that even on paper. Kasi I'm sure ngayon on paper, unless the sponsor will correct me, on paper sa NSTP program ng ROTC strand, ito bang ABCD ng Section 5 ang nakasulat? Siyempre hindi, Mr. President.
Hindi,
Imposible.
Mr.
Yes,
President. Hindi.
precisely, Mr. President. So we are not even offering, we did not even try to offer this Section 5 ABCD under an optional system. We did not even attempt to offer them. And then gusto natin diretso mandatory, Mr. President.
Yeah, because dinaanan na natin yung mandatory for a very long time. Since Commonwealth Act number 1, yun talagang ginawa natin. Lahat tayo dumaan dyan sa mandatory ROTC, dinaanan natin yan bago tayo nakagraduate. And ako mismo, my personal opinion, and I think everyone will agree with me na malaking bagay yung ROTC sa buhay ko. Nakakuha talaga ako ng proper training doon sa ROTC. And responsibilidad ng Estado yan na i-train yung kanyang mga citizens na magiging ready, magiging handa all the time. Ready to serve your country.
Siguro actually the NSTP program, yung tatlong strands niya, yung ready to be of service to the nation, ipasok lahat yun sa tatlo. Andun yun. So, mali talaga yung origami lang yung ginawa nila sa national, sa civic. Sa mali lang ginawa yun sa civic welfare training service. Yung overseer nitong programa ay talagang malaki ang failure, malaki ang pagkukulang nitong overseer ng programa.
Mabuti yung, Mr. President, mabuti yung origami. Meron pa rin, ang iba talaga, lalabas lang sa mamulot lang ng basura. Yun lang ang ginagawa nila sa...
Alam niyo, Mr. President, nung ako'y presidente ng Rotary Club, nag-project ako na cleaning up Manila Bay. Isang araw ganun talaga. So, yun lang yung contribution namin. Kung ilan lang yung kilos ng basura na nakuha namin. But kada kuha ko ng 1 kilo, nakita ko may 10 kilos na parating na galing sa isang tributary papunta sa Manila Bay. But
Yeah,
at least yung contribution na ilang kilos na natanggal sa Manila Bay basura, that is the contribution, Mr. President. Better than nothing, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may, according to CHED, this is from Chairman of CHED, Prospero De Vera. As a background, when ROTC became optional and only public universities were required to have an ROTC program, there was a dramatic reduction in enrollment in the ROTC program because many private schools, especially the smaller ones, opted not to offer ROTC. Hence, we really cannot just continue the NSTP as we cannot organize and train the manpower needed during times of disaster and war. So, this is coming from CHED, Mr. President.
CHED should not concern itself with war, Mr. President. Pero,
disaster.
yes, medyo masyado naman atang madali mag-give up ang CHED, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, mukhang meron naman tayong nabuksan na parang window ngayong gabi. Unless the sponsor will deny, my impression is that, I think, is it possible that we focus our energies on improving the NSTP law by strengthening that ROTC component. Yung mga loopholes, i-plug po natin, Mr. President. Kasi that is the current system that we have. Ang hirap din po yung pa-reverse din tayo ng ano, I think yung pag-shift din siguro from mandatory ROTC to optional to the NSTP program. Meron din po mga birth pains yun, tapos gaganon din tayo. But andyan, ang point ko lang is, si ROTC never naman nawala from mandatory to optional. So gawin nating attractive, lahat ng attractive features ng bill natin, gawin natin part siya ng ROTC program which is offered under NSTP. And bawal na yung palusot. Ayoko ng mga self-fulfilling prophecy na walang mag-i-enroll kasi hindi ko in-offer. Kalokohan po yun. Bakit tayo kumakagat sa ganung klaseng reasoning? Coming from CHED itself, Mr. President.
It has become a cycle, Mr. President, because siguro, based on the records, kukunti o walang gustong pumunta sa ROTC, kaya hindi sila nag-o-offer. Pwede rin yan. That's the point of view of the school authorities sa management ng schools. Pero dito naman sa estudyante, meron ding perspektibo na nagsasabi na paano kung magkapag-ROTC na hindi man nila ino-offer yung ROTC sa akin? It's not available sa school namin. So dito na lang ako sa CWTS or sa LTS.
Kasi ang image ng ROTC program ay purely or primarily military training. Hindi nga gagawin na nga natin itong ABCDE ng Section 5 natin Which is actually, it's a total personality or character development program, Mr. President. Using maybe military concepts and military training techniques. Yun po yun. But it's not purely military na pure, kasi tulad ng manifestation po ninyo kanina, Mr. President, na puro marcha, ayoko magmarcha. Dapat hindi yun ang impression ibigay natin na puro marcha ito.
Correct.
Kaya nga, sir, kaya nga may ABCD po tayo sa Section 5 ng ating panukalan na binasa ng ating sponsor. Maybe that is now the improvement into the NSTP law. Pero bawal din, ulitin ko po, bawal dapat yung unequal implementation of the law because we're giving institutions the discretion not to offer one of the three components of the program. All three components must be offered.
Correct, Mr. President.
Tama. If the sponsor is open to that, so since 8 o'clock na rin, I worry for our sponsor dahil birthday niya, baka may birthday dinner po siya. If we can suspend at this point, Mr. President, so all our energies, we can shift our energies to pursue this possible compromise that we strengthen the ROTC program, make it in a way mandatory in the sense that it is always offered as part of the NSTP program where our students can freely choose which of the three strands that they want to focus on, Mr. President.
Yeah, correct, Mr. President. In that case, if the body can agree with that proposition, then I think we will no longer pursue this mandatory ROTC program because how you do it, whether you make it very beautiful, very handsome program, still, it's not mandatory. And the essence of this bill is purely talagang mandatory. Because gusto natin, lahat ng ating kabataan ay magka-undergo ng basic military training na pagdating ng panahon na kinakailangan natin silang magamit, ma-mobilize anytime, hindi natin sila isusubo sa kasamaan o sa kapahamakan. Dapat handa sila. So yan po ang purpose. Kaya nga yung ibang bansa ay talaga required yung mandatory military service. Ang sa atin nga lang is only mandatory ROTC program sa college students at saka sa technical vocational schools na 2 years. So, yun po ang diferensya. Yes. So ngayon, kung hindi pa rin natin magawang mandatory, then I think pwedeng yes.
But what is important, Mr. President, ito as far as I'm concerned is for all those who want it, they will have access to it. Yan yung importante. If you want it, if you want the ROTC program, you should have access to it. Hindi pwedeng hindi mo ma-access kasi hindi in-offer. Part siya. Basta, if you want it, you must have access to it. And then the 3 programs under NSTP must, basic minimum, offer preparedness, patriotism, discipline. Yung tatlong yon, Mr. President. Not necessarily through military training techniques. Doon nakafocus yun sa ROTC. Basta if you want that, you should have access to it, Mr. President. So that's the point. So maybe we can use the break period, Mr. President, to try to have a meeting of the minds. Pag wala talaga, then we can resume our interpellation. Because kung walang meeting of the minds, bakit si sponsor feeling niya wala talagang failure, imposible na to improve si NSTP, then of course it is understandable he will pursue his ito yung solution na na offer po ni sponsor natin. But we're just glad that we will have this chance na yung ating whatever window we have opened this evening for a possible compromise, we can move forward, we can pursue that. Pursue muna natin, Mr. President. Sige. So
Otherwise, if I am not open to your ideas, I should be doing like this right now. Mr. President, I'm hearing you loud and clear. So I am considering all your ideas. And thank you for that input, Mr. President. And I think kung pwede na, magpaalam tayo, Mr. President. Kasi mga apo ko, naghihintay na sa birthday dinner ko sa bahay.
Alam ko po, Mr. President. So thank you for the time of our sponsor. So if I can suspend my interpellation. Ayusin niyo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
JB, suspend.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotions Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 15, 2025 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, to propose his individual amendments.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. Senator Gatchalian is hereby
With no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2865. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend further consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. So move, Mr.
Is there any
President.
objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2826 contained in Committee Report number 329, and for this purpose recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito. The parliamentary status of this bill, Mr. President, is that we are in the period of amendments. And to introduce his amendments, may I ask that we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Am I recognized, Mr. President? May I be recognized, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to
Senator Joel is
our
recognized.
acting majority leader / Senate President and presiding officer. Mr. President, may I respectfully introduce some amendments, part of the individual amendments on page 16, line 12. May I respectfully move to amend the title of the new section after the word Bureau, insert the phrase, and the Metals Industry Research and Development Center. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, I accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, last but not the least, that this representation would like to introduce, on the same page, line 22, after the figure 1995, delete the period and insert a comma and the phrase, "and to the Metals Industry Research and Development Center for the development of value-adding activities and downstream industries for strategic metallic ores, as provided in Section 8 of Executive Order Number 79, Series of 2012, or the institutionalization and implementing reforms in the Philippine mining sector, providing policies and guidelines to ensure environmental protection and responsible mining in the utilization of mineral resources." So, Mr. President, Section 11 now will read as follows: "Share of the Mines and Geosciences and the Metals Industry Research and Development Center in the royalty proceeds from mineral reservations. A 10% share of the royalty derived from mining operations within mineral reservations under Section 151-A, A number 1, and Section 151-A, E of this code shall accrue to the Mines and Geosciences Bureau to be allotted for special projects and other administrative expenses related to the exploration and development of other mineral reservations as provided in Section 5 of Republic Act Number 7942 or the Philippine Mining Act of 1995, plus the phrase, Mr. President, that this representation introduced." Mr. President, the rationale behind this amendment is to support Executive Order Number 79, Series of 2012. This is the institutionalization and implementing reforms in the Philippine mining sector, providing policies and guidelines to ensure environmental protection and responsible mining in the utilization of mineral resources, particularly po, Mr. President, dun sa Section 8, value-adding activities and the development of downstream industries for the mineral sector. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we accept the amendment.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is accepted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our very hardworking sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ercito. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank Senator Joel Villanueva for his proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, while we are awaiting Senator Legarda with respect to her possible amendment and/or manifestation, may I move that we in the meantime suspend further consideration of Senate Bill number 2826. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider. May I request for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 451 on House Bill Number 8925. This is the bill on the Philippine Islamic Burial Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill Number 8925 under Committee Report Number 451 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 8925 is now in order, and the Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act requiring the proper and immediate burial of Muslim cadavers in accordance with the Islamic rites.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize to sponsor the measure the distinguished gentleman from Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, the chairperson of the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayurya, at sa lahat po ng naririto sa bulwagang ito. Bilang tagapangulo po ng Komite ng Kultural na Pamayanan at Usaping Muslim, nais ko pong ihatid sa bulwagang ito ang House Bill number 8925 mula sa malaking kapulungan. An act requiring the proper and immediate burial of Muslim cadavers in accordance with the Islamic rites. Batid naman po sa kaalaman ng nakararami na bahagi ng paniniwala ng mga Muslim ang paglilibing sa labi ng isang yumao 24 oras matapos ang pagpanaw nito. Ito po ay sang-ayon sa katuruan ng Propeta Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam na nagsasabing ang kagyat na paglilibing ng labi ay isang espiritual na tungkulin para sa maayos na pagtawid ng spirito ng namayapa sa kabilang buhay. Subalit, ang pangangailangang ito ay isa po sa mga hamon o hirap na dinadanas ng mga naiwan ng isang Muslim na yumao dito sa ating bansa dahil iba naman po ang paniniwala ng mayoriya sa ating pamayanan. Isa na po sa mga hamong binabanggit ang panuntunan na kailangan po munang mag-secure ng death certificate bago po mapalabas mula sa ospital, punerarya, morgue o ibang pasilidad bago maiuwi ang labi ng isang yumao sa kanyang pamilya. Ito po ang isa sa mga problemang aming hinaharap. Sapagkat dadaan po sa lokal na pamahalaan na umaabot ng ilang araw dahil may mga kailangang pirma ng local health officer o ng sino mang otoridad mula sa lokal na pamahalaan. O di kaya naman po ay inaabot po ng weekend o holiday. Napakabigat po ng kalagayang ito para sa mga tulad naming sumusunod sa suna o katuruan ng Islam. Sa ilalim po ng ating panukalang batas, magkakaroon po ng malinaw na pamantayan para sa pagrerehistro ng kamatayan ng isang Muslim na maaaring maisagawa sa loob ng 30 araw. Kasama na rin po dito ang probisyon para sa pagpapalabas at angkop na shipment ng isang Muslim cadaver mula sa kung saan mang pasilidad. Sa pamamagitan po ng panukalang ito, nais nating gamutin ang problemang hinaharap ng ating mga kapatid. Sumasagisag rin po ito sa ating pagtataguyod ng isang lipunang gumagalang at nagbibigay ng halaga sa mga yumao. Nais ko rin pong habanggitin na ang panukalang batas na ito ay kapatid ng isa pang panukalang na una na po nating naihatid sa bulwagang ito, ang pagkakaroon ng pantay na akses ng mga Muslim at mga katutubo sa ating mga pampublikong libingan. Sa puntong ito, ako po ay humihiling sa kagalang-galang na bulwagang ito na nawa ay mabigyan ng pansin, suporta upang maging ganap na batas ang simple, ngunit makabuluhang panukalang ito para sa inyong mga kapatid na Muslim. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8925. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 452 on Senate Bill number 2819, This is the bill on the amendments to the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2819 under Committee Report number 452 and ask the Secretary to read the title only
there-
of the measure. So move, Mr.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2819 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act amending Article 1, Section 5 of Republic Act Number 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Chairperson of the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, is there any objection? Motion is approved. Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Sa mga kagagalang-galang po na miyembro ng lupon na ito, ikinagagalak ko pong tumayo sa hapong ito bilang sponsor ng Senate Bill number 2819 sa ilalim ng Committee Report number 452, an act amending Article 1, Section 5 of the Republic Act 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009. Hindi naman po lingid sa kaalaman ng lahat ng inyo pong lingkod ay isang balik Islam. Mula po sa katagang ito ay madali na pong maunawaan na ako po o kami po ang mga itinuturing na nagbalik loob o nag-revert sa katuruang Islam. Sa pag-usad po ng panahon, Ginoong Pangulo, patuloy po ang pagdami ng mga tulad naming nagbabalik loob. At tulad ng nabanggit ko noong magsagawa kami ng pagdinig sa paksang ito, na maituturing po nating very vulnerable po ang mga balik Islam sapagkat sila ang kadalasang naliligaw ng landas dahil sa mga blind leaders na nagpapalaganap ng maling katuruan at hindi sang-ayon sa tunay na sinasaad ng aming pananampalataya. Ang totoo po, napakarami pong balik Islam ang napapahamak dahil sa mapanlinlang na katuruan. Kasama na rin po sa hinaharap na hamon ng mga kapatid nating balik Islam ay ang mga adjustment sa pamumuhay base sa katuruan ng aming pananampalataya. At nandyan na rin po minsan ang hamon sa pagtanggap sa amin ng aming mga pamilya at mahal sa buhay sa landas na aming tinatahak. Dahil po dito, inihain po ng inyong lingkod ang panukalang paksa ngayong araw upang magkaroon po sana ng representasyon ang mga balik Islam sa National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. At present, Section 5 of RA 9997 requires that one of the commissioners shall come from the women's sector, one from the youth sector, and another commissioner shall come from the ulama sector. Sa kasalukuyan, ayon sa NCMF Charter, ang komisyon ay pinamumunuan ng sekretary at required na magkakaroon ng miyembro mula sa women, youth at ulama sectors. Base po sa ating panukala, nais po sana nating maisabatas na may representasyon ang mga balik Islam sa NCMF. Our goal is for balik Islam to be represented in the commission to ensure that their welfare and needs are being heard and addressed. Mga mahal kong kababayan, ito pong balik Islam ay maituturing na isa ring tribo. Kung meron pong mga tausog, maranaw, yakan, meron din pong tinatawag na balik Islam. Ito po'y napakarami. Ito po ay kadalasan ay mga OFW. Kaya po ang hinihingi po natin, mga mahal kong kasama sa Senado, ay mabigyan po ng pansin ang pangangailangan ng balik Islam sa pamamagitan po ng pagkakaroon ng commissioner sa NCMF. Nawa po ay mabigyan ito ng atensyon upang maipasa sa ikatlong pagbasa ng ating kagalang-galang na kapulungan. Muli po, ang akin pong dasal ay inyo po itong matingnan, mapag-aralan, sapagkat kadalasan po ang nagagamit po ng mga terorista ay ang mga balik Islam. Kailangan po ito upang masigurado po natin na mga akaturuan na dumadapo ang napag-aaralan ng mga balik Islam ay yung pong tunay na Islam. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Padilla. Mr. President, before I make a motion, Mr. President, may I just place into the records of this August chamber that the committee report sponsored a while ago by the distinguished gentleman from Camarines Norte, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, the Philippine Islamic Burial Act, and this particular measure that we are deliberating upon, Mr. President, I fully supported by this representation, and that is why we signed the committee report. And to allow our colleagues, Mr. President, to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2819. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider and resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2826 under Committee Report number 329. This is the bill enhancing the fiscal regime for the large-scale metallic mining industry. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 20, 2025 as our working draft, and again recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Joseph Victor J.V. Ejercito, and to introduce her individual amendments. The distinguished lady, Mr. President, from the great province of Antique, no other than Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of individual amendments is in order. Senators Ejercito and Senator Legarda are recognized.
Amendment.
Yes.
Previous motion to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and to introduce her individual amendment, Senator Lauren Legarda. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, allow me to explain my amendment, which was not accepted yesterday, and perhaps after I make this intervention, it could be reconsidered. Yesterday, I introduced an amendment to Senate Bill number 2826, or the Enhanced Fiscal Regime for Large-Scale Metallic Mining Bill. Prior to amendments, Section 12 of the bill imposed a 2% cap or ceiling on royalties due upon indigenous peoples and indigenous cultural communities from mining operations within ancestral domains, to wit. Section 12, royalty due to indigenous cultural communities from mining operations within ancestral domains. The royalty due to indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples, under Republic Act number 7942, or the Philippine Mining Act of 1995, is based on the right of the ICC's IPs to benefit from the utilization, extraction, and development of lands and natural resources within their ancestral domains, done with their free and prior informed consent, and shall be agreed upon by the parties concerned, provided that the ICC IP shall be paid not more than 2% of the gross output of minerals produced from the ancestral domain, provided further that parties concerned shall be free to negotiate on its components, both monetary and non-financial, such as employment, social development, and environmental management of the ancestral domain. Close quotation. Thus, this representation's proposed amendment was to make 2% the minimum threshold that the ICCs and IPs can receive, and not the ceiling. The proposed amendment was not accepted by our good friend, our good sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, on the ground that the provision being amended will be deleted as it is being considered a rider to the bill. The deleted provision pertains to royalties, a subject matter that, according to the sponsor, is different from taxation. Nevertheless, while the discussion was set aside due to the deletion of the subject provision, we wish to highlight some key findings for our review. I wish to bring to the attention of this august chamber that we found no legal basis for imposing a cap on the share of benefits that ICCs and IPs are entitled to receive from the use of natural resources within their ancestral lands under existing laws. Republic Act 8371, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997, grants indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples, the right to benefit from and negotiated terms for resource exploration within their ancestral domains. This law does not impose a cap on royalties that ICCs and IPs may negotiate for the use of resources. Similarly, Republic Act 7942, the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 mandates that royalties from mineral utilization within ancestral domains must be mutually agreed upon and allocated to a trust fund for the ICC's IP's socio-economic well-being. However, it also does not set a specific cap for these royalties. Despite this statutory framework, the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act 7942 specify that royalties to ICCs and IPs must not be less than 1% of the gross output, with community development expenses chargeable against this royalty. While this provision aims to secure ICCs and IPs a minimum share, it has effectively constrained their bargaining power by institutionalizing 1% as a baseline standard. Therefore, or furthermore, tying community development expenses to the royalty share diminishes the financial benefits available to ICCs and IPs, further limiting their capacity to negotiate equitable terms. We view this, Mr. President, as a diminution of the rights afforded to our ICCs and IPs under the law. And since no ceiling was prescribed by the law, none should exist, and that the 1% minimum share should not have been misconstrued as a baseline for negotiations by those seeking to utilize resources with ancestral domains. And for the record, we emphasize the need to revisit the laws and regulations governing royalty shares for ICC IPs to ensure they are placed in the strongest possible negotiating position in alignment with their right to self-determination and the overarching goal of advancing the development of their communities. Furthermore, strengthening the NCIP's guidelines on free and prior informed consent, FPIC ensures that ICCs and IPs are empowered to negotiate fair agreements aligned with their cultural values and long-term welfare. The incorporation of the framework like the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, PENCAS, under Republic Act 11995 ensures royalty payments are calibrated to reflect the ecological and cultural impact of mining operations. Additionally, provisions prohibiting unreasonable representation fees safeguard the ICCs and IPs from financial exploitation and undue influence, further reinforcing their autonomy and protecting their rights during negotiations. Mr. President, with these findings, this representation sees a need to ensure equitable royalty arrangements and empower our ICCs or IPs to negotiate on fair terms. It is not only a matter of justice, but also a crucial step towards preserving their cultural heritage, promoting sustainable development, upholding the principles of self-determination enshrined in our laws. And I believe this is our sacred duty to protect the rights of our indigenous people as the stewards of our nation's ancestral lands for generations. Thank you for your patience and for listening to my feelings and emotions and thoughts after my amendment was not accepted. Hopefully, it could be reconsidered. I know that the Senate President agrees with me because in the original version of the bill and in the committee report, it was contained. and the minority leader also agrees, as a bar top-notcher and as an advocate of human rights and indigenous people rights, and the deputy minority leader agrees as well. The senator from Bukidnon also agrees with this representation. I hope that a good sponsor, I know that you were discussing it earlier. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to, I always support, no? And I am always one with the good senator and her advocacies in promoting the, her advocacies in the welfare of our indigenous people, culture, heritage, history, and environment. No, I just want to be clear. And likewise, to set the record straight, the provision concerning the IP royalties were not in the original bill, but was included in the committee report because we tried, because we know for a fact that this would be good for our IP communities. So we added it, we introduced it in the committee report. But in the original bill, this was not included. We deleted the provision because after thorough review and circumspection, the committee has concluded the provision in fact amends Section 17 of RA 7942 on royalties. This is distinct from the subject of internal revenue. Therefore, to avoid questions on constitutionality, considering that setting a specific rate for royalties amends another law and not the National Internal Revenue Code, the committee has decided to delete the original text of the committee report, which the body approved without objection yesterday. Just also to add, it is important to note, no, as I mentioned earlier, yesterday, that the royalty rate adjustment is to be part of the mining fiscal regime bill, which will be an amendment of the National Internal Revenue Code or the NIRC. However, Mr. President, the IP royalty is not a tax. It is a payment to private entities, namely the IP communities, as compensation for the use of their land. Incorporating IP royalties into the NIRC framework could create legal ambiguities and unintended consequences, as the NIRC is primarily concerned with public taxation, not payments of private entities. So, Mr. President, again, it may be considered a rider provision because it is not germane to the subject of the bill, which is the rationalization of the current mining fiscal regime by amending relevant provisions of the tax code. And likewise, just like to tell our colleague, our distinguished Tita Ganda, that deleting the provision under the current bill, we are not imposing a cap, but neither are we imposing a floor in this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your explanation. However, I still do not agree, with all due respect to my good friend, Senator JV. And thank you for sponsoring this measure. May I know why it was in the bill and why it was in the committee report? And then when my amendment was taken up, the whole provision was deleted.
Your Honor, Mr. President,
Was it a mistake, therefore, in the bill?
No,
was
actually,
it also
Mr.
a mistake in the committee report?
Actually, in the original bill, Mr. President, it was not included, Your Honor, Mr. President. But actually, it was our Senate President who proposed, no? Because
That's why. I know that the Senate leadership supports me here.
Yeah, and
And I agree.
And I
See,
also
I agree with you sometimes, Mr. President.
And likewise, Mr. President, to set the record straight, though, I'm also a nature lover. I'm not pro-mining, but of course I had to defend this measure, but only in the tax portion, Your Honor, Mr. President. If ever your proposal, Madam, Mr. President, I would support that, but not with this measure, but on another measure, probably an amendment of the Mining Act, no, which includes the royalty. Because as I mentioned earlier, IP royalty is not considered a tax, Your Honor, Mr. President, and this is a tax measure.
Mr. President, the 1% is contained in the present Mining Act way back in 1995, right? It was in the IRR, yes.
Yes.
Because I see
That is
your
correct, Mr.
consultant
President.
saying no. Of course, that's the present one. It's 1% and above. Yes, that's the present regime. So it could be 1% upwards. May I just be enlightened, Mr. President, what kind of utilization of the 1% is being done in some mining communities? Does it go to schools for indigenous people's children? Does it go to healthcare? Does it go to roads? Does it go to irrigation for them? Does it go to food security issues to help uplift the living standards of our indigenous people?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our resource persons from the mining Chamber of Mines and the DOF, that it's in the discretion of the IP communities, Mr. President. So whatever they would need, whether be it for education, educational facilities or health facilities, it's entirely up to them. It's their decision, Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. President.
May we know, Mr. President, when you say mining communities, how is it apportioned? Is it the barangay, the municipality and or city, the province, or the region? If the mining exists, let's say, in a barangay, is the 1% or more given only to the barangay or also the LGU where the barangay is located?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's not municipality or province, but it's the impact barangays, no, as they call it, whichever.
Even the specific purok where it is probably located as part of the barangay, is that how it is, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And how is-
whatever barangays are impacted, no, by the mining operations are the ones that are considered. Your
Yes.
Honor.
May I know, Mr. President, how is the cash given? How are the funds allocated?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it is deposited according to them, to the resource persons, to their bank accounts, to the IP organizations, Mr. President.
The IPs must be a member of the association which has a bank account. Therefore, not all IPs will benefit from it, or there could be various IP associations, as we know. How it's done, maybe no.
Well, we're hoping, Your Honor, Mr. President, that it trickles to all members of the IPs, Your Honor, Mr. President. However, according to them, in reality, it's really just the leaders who really decide, no, on how they would use or spend the royalties that they are receiving from
Would
the
you
mining companies.
be able to tell us, Mr. President, which IP community and which mining company has a very good track record that could be a very good example of how the 1% or more is utilized for socio-economic services for the indigenous peoples? And are the remittances of the 1% upwards or more updated, or are there?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I would just enumerate some of the companies, no, just to give an idea. Philex Mining Corporation in Benguet, for example, their beneficiaries, the Ibaloy Kankanaay tribe. Rio Tuban Nickel Mining Corporation in Palawan, they have a memorandum of understanding with Palawan. City Nickel Mines and Development Corporation Palawan with AMOA, also with the Tagbanua and Palawano. Berong Nickel Corporation in Quezon, Palawan with AMOA with the Tagbanua. TVI Resource Development Philippines in Zamboanga del Norte with AMOA with the Subanon. Apex Mining Company in Maco, Compostela Valley with AMOA with the Mansaka. Taganito Mining Corporation in Claver, Surigao del Norte with AMOA with the Mamanwa. Pilsaga Mining Corporation in Rosario, Agusan del Sur with AMOA with the Manobo. And likewise, just to give you an an idea. For example, Apex Mining Company in 2012 paid about 25 million as a share to the IPs in Compostela Valley. Philex Mining Corporation in 2012 paid IPs in Benguet about total of 67 million. 757,000. And we'll give you the
I
more
would
recent.
appreciate receiving that, and not just the
Yes, Your
MOAs,
Honor.
perhaps photos and reports
Yes,
on
we'll
how
forward,
yes,
Your Honor.
because a MOA is a MOA, but the actual utilization into classrooms, into small water impounding projects, into food security projects, into healthcare, that would be interesting to note. So if I don't have the support of the sponsor, there's no reason for me to push on, because as you said, even the Senate President had tried to put it in the committee report. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes,
That
Your
the
Honor.
Senate President had tried to amend or put it in the committee report, but even the intervention of the Senate President was not accepted and therefore deleted here on the floor after the committee report. Is that what you're saying, Mr.
Yes, that is
Sponsor?
correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. As I mentioned earlier, it's not part of the bill, but the Senate President proposed that this provision be added, and which I actually got excited because I know that it will benefit our IPs, no? And
May
I
I,
am one
just
with
for
you.
the record, what was the exact provision that the Senate President inserted that you subsequently deleted, so that I will not feel so bad that you're rejecting my amendment if it's similar and the same?
It's on Section 12, Mr. President. Royalty due to indigenous culture communities from mining operations within ancestral domains. The royalty due to indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples, under Republic Act Number 7942 or the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 is based on the right of the ICC's IPs to benefit from the utilization, extraction, and development of lands and natural resources within their ancestral domains, done with their free and prior informed consent, and shall be agreed upon by the parties concerned, provided that the ICC IP shall be paid not more than 2% of the gross output of minerals
Which is
produced.
my amendment. Yeah?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Exactly.
President. Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, just to be honest with you, when this provision was proposed by the Senate President, I readily accepted it, no? But upon further review, we deemed it necessary to just delete it to avoid constitutional questions, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Wouldn't you risk a constitutional question and accept it? And then let's see if there will be challenges in the Supreme Court?
Your Honor, Mr. President, again, what you're proposing probably would be better with an amendment to the Mining Act, Your Honor, Mr. President. As I mentioned earlier, this bill focuses on the fiscal regime, which is taxation. And as I mentioned as well, IP royalty is not considered a tax, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I will not push more. What can I do?
But
I'm one
likewise,
vote.
actually, Mr. President, I sympathize with you, and I actually,
If you can say no to the
always-
Senate President, you can say no to me.
No, Mr. President, I am one with a good senator. As I mentioned, I always support, and I always am always in awe of your advocacy, Your Honor, Mr. President, especially when it comes to environmental issues, Your Honor, President. I would have wanted really to push for this provision, Your Honor, Mr. President, but again, to avoid questions on constitutionality, and because it will be amending another law, and not the National Internal Revenue Code or the NIRC. The committee decided to delete the original text of the committee report, Your Honor, Mr.
If
President.
I were the sponsor, I would
Risk.
risk a group questioning the constitutionality in the Supreme Court by granting the increase in 2%, since in practice, some mining companies share at least 1.7 to 1.8% already. So it's just a matter of adjusting 0.2%. And it's no skin off their nose. Well, it would mean a lot for the more than 15 million indigenous peoples who are already very, not just backward, but vulnerable, difficult people in very difficult situations in the hinterlands. And I know because I speak with them, I deal with them, I used to trek a lot to their areas. It's actually 0.2 or 0.3%, which will not be a big dent on the foreign investors and the big companies, but will mean a lot to the indigenous peoples. But I will not push. As I said, if the good sponsor can say no to the Senate President and to the former Majority Leader, Senator Joel, and to the Minority Leader, Senator Coco, and to the Deputy Minority Leader, and to the Senator from Bukidnon, the former Senate President, who will agree with me, then what can we do?
Actually,
But you
Mr.
know,
President,
if I were you, I would risk again. I would accept it and let them file the case in the Supreme Court. In the meantime, we've made history by being on the side of those who are last, least, and lost insofar as government resources are concerned.
Your Honor, Mr. President, before we wrap up, actually the main reason that it was included in the committee report, because when I saw the proposal of the Senate President, I agreed with it, Your Honor, Mr. President. But sadly, again, this will have legal questions later on. So that's the reason that we deleted.
Will the good sponsor give me one day? I will ask a former Supreme Court justice to have a legal opinion. If indeed it does not stand on solid legal ground, then I rest my case.
Yes,
But-
Your Honor, Mr. President,
Yes.
that will be most welcome, Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. President. Because in reality, Your Honor, just to be honest with you, I would want also our
Yes.
indigenous peoples, our IPs, to benefit from this, because we are taking advantage. We are the mining companies are using their land, no, to some extent, sometimes destroying their land. So I am in agreement with you that they have to be compensated. That is, after all, that is rightfully theirs. So I
May I
agree
just
with you.
know, am I accurate in saying that some mining companies actually give 1.7 to 1.8%? Yes, I am told. And the only difference we're talking about is like a 0.2.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our resource persons from the Chamber of Mines, probably the highest on record is 1.5%.
Okay, yes. I've nothing against them at all. I mean, they provide sustainable development as long as they also fund the rehabilitation fund and they're able to clean up the mess that is done, so to speak. I use very layman's words, but if your only concern is the constitutionality, I'm sure this is not a certified measure. May I be given a day or two?
Yes, Your Honor,
to
Mr.
check
President.
the constitutionality so I can get back to Your Honor?
Yes, that will be most welcome, Your Honor, Mr. President. And likewise, so that you will feel good, Mr. President, Your Honor, Mr. President, that the Senate President also introduced another provision that is, I would say, a game changer, Your Honor, Mr. President, that under this measure that the mining companies will be given 5 years, no? After which export will not be allowed anymore. They have to set up their processing facilities here so that it will provide more jobs and it will benefit the economy more, Your Honor, Mr. President.
After 5 years yet?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Because setting up plants, minimum is about 3 years already, Your Honor, Mr. President.
That's a good provision,
Yes.
which I support.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So
But
we,
if I
ano,
were
we-
you,
we
I
will
would
await-
accept
we
it,
will
but-
await for
but
your,
yes, I will get
wait
the
for it.
legal opinion. It may not change your position. I just want to be more certain. Thank
Yes,
you,
Your Honor, Mr. President. That will be
With the
most welcome.
indulgence of my two colleagues, Mr. President, if I may be recognized, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, the status, Mr. President, is that the proposal or the individual amendments being proposed by the former Senate President Pro Tem was already rejected. Is that because the right procedure is whether or not you are accepting it or not, Your Honor, the sponsor of the measure. So I'm just a bit confused as to, are we going to now suspend the consideration of the measure because the proper procedure, Mr. President, is to appeal, and if the sponsor is rejecting the proposal, then the least that we can do is to divide the House and
Yes.
decide on it, Mr.
Is the
President.
sponsor rejecting the, there is an amendment proposed, I believe, Majority Floor is correct. There was an amendment proposed, and what is the, does the sponsor accept?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I take it that the lady is appealing, no, or asking for reconsideration.
May I ask for a minute suspension,
Session
Mr. President?
suspended.
President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that the distinguished lady from Antique made a proposal was it yesterday, Mr. President? I'm already confused. I think it was yesterday. It was rejected, and the distinguished lady is appealing, and that the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of the measure, is in that same position as of yesterday. And so with that, I would just move that we suspend the consideration of Senate Bill number 2826 under Committee Report number 329. So move, Mr. President.
As a motion, is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, some administrative matters. I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2863 and House Bill number 10466, the bills on the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2863 and House Bill number 10466. Senator Mark Villar as chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2837, extending the term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corp., and House Bill number 10592, rationalizing the mandate of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corp. So move, Mr. President.
Wala sa akin yung ano. Sorry, hindi ko na. Hilo na ako. Yes, is there any objection? Hearing none, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2837, House Bill number 10592. Senator Mark Villar as chairperson, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Ronald Batol de la Rosa, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III on the part of the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, and upon the instruction of the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, may I respectfully manifest the creation of a subcommittee to deliberate on Senate Bill number 2322. This is the Antique Special Economic Zone Act of 2023 and such other bills which may be referred to the Committee on Economic Affairs covering the same topic with Senator Loren Legarda as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr.
The manifestation is noted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's 9:09 p.m. and may I respectfully move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, January 22, 2025. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, January 22, 2025.